Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Africa Investors Academy Virtual Summit 2024. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, depending on where you're joining us from in the world. We are streaming to over 7 countries for this summit, potentially even more. So welcome to everyone. Good morning if you're joining from the US, good afternoon if you're joining us from West Africa, and good almost evening if you're joining us from South Africa or Mauritius, India as well. Welcome, everyone. Say hello in the chat. This is so exciting. We've got some folks here in studio, so you may be hearing some background noise, but I am just so thrilled, so excited to start day one of the Africa Investors Academy Virtual Summit, sponsored by WeWork South Africa and a new Soul Paradise Resort in Zanzibar. The founder Rasili is here in the chat. And it's an incredible story that I cannot wait to share with you, but we'll get into that a little bit later. So just want to share a bit of housekeeping. Some of our guests are experiencing serious issues with internet. There was something that happened yesterday with fiber, and some people are having challenges. So we might see some delays, even for myself. Just bear with us, have grace with us, and we'll do our best to make sure that we stay on track and stay on schedule. The next thing is for everyone that has signed up for the summit, you will get a contact list of all of the speakers in your inbox by the end of the summit. We're having challenges with yahoo.com email. So if you have a Yahoo email and you are having issues receiving updates for the virtual summit, everyone is getting like the newsletters, but for some reason, yahoo.com emails are having issues with getting updates. So hopefully, obviously, if you're here, you haven't had that experience, but if you are having issues with emails, please let us know. We have a team that's on standby to answer and get you access as soon as possible. And then that's it. So we're about ready to get started. Some people are having issues. I'm getting emails now, but we're ready to get started. I'm so excited and honored to introduce the opening talk for our Tourism and Retreats Day, day one of the Africa Investors Summit. This is going to be introducing Mark and Dr. LaTasha Blanton of The Real South Africa. The Real South Africa is a luxury travel company based here in Johannesburg, South Africa. And The Real South Africa offers a variety of services from those interested in expanding their knowledge of South Africa and what it has to offer. And better than that, I actually took my first trip to South Africa with The Real South Africa. So it's very much a full circle moment, but they have been partners, they have been friends, they have just been great community in my transition or my experience in South Africa. So I could not be more honored than to introduce you all to Dr. LaTasha Blanton, as well as Mark Blanton. Welcome.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, how you doing?
Hello, welcome, guys.
Thank
you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for joining us today. I know everyone is in for a big treat.
I hope so.
Absolutely. So I'm going to let you get to it. I know you have a lot of value to share, and I'll come back on a little bit to ask a few questions, because I've got some questions that I want to ask, and I know the audience has some questions as well. So I'll see you soon.
Okay.
All right. So I am Dr. LaTasha Blanton from the Real South Africa Travel and Tourism. And this is the
Mark Blanton.
Mark Blanton, the owner as well of the Real South Africa Travel and Tourism. We are a luxury brand travel company that's based here in Johannesburg, South Africa. And our main purpose in having this company is to expand the diaspora's knowledge of travel to South Africa, and to do that in a way that compares to no one. So I'll let Mark expand a little bit more on the services that we offer. And then from there, we'll just continue to tell you about us and maybe a little bit about our journey. But I think the most important thing is to tell you about our business and how we got started.
Okay. Well, like I said, welcome everybody to, Ashley's Africa Investors Academy. It's needed, obviously. We need to expand our knowledge of Africa. It will probably be the grassroots. So we will all learn on the fly as we're going on, but there's a lot of value here in South Africa. And, obviously there's a lot of negative press on South Africa and just Africa in general. And it's kind of hard to get around. So we determined that it just only really made sense if people saw what we saw. So over our years, we have a background. I have a background. I used to be U.S. Secret Service for many years, from 2002 to 2012. And then in that time, I had the opportunity to travel to Africa. And I'll be the first to tell you, Africa wasn't the first thing on my list of places I've been. Now, I've been pretty much everywhere, from Russia to you name it, I've been there. And but when I first arrived here in South Africa, just on a normal trip, no different than any other, I was like, okay, this is different. And so I was thoroughly impressed with what I saw, with the infrastructure, with the, people that were, looked like me or Black, and they were in charge and they were running things. And I saw a lot of affluent people here in South Africa. And these were things that I'd never seen before, not even in the movies, never saw it. So I just decided to say, you know what, let's explore this a little bit more. And obviously we were entrepreneurs. So becoming an entrepreneur, it will probably be a big key to you getting on the African continent. And so that's why I'm glad Ashley is putting things together so people can start, immersing themselves in, becoming entrepreneurs, and those who are a little bit further down the line and are looking for some type of investment into Africa. And obviously we're here in South Africa, but the continent is growing, the GDP, the minerals and everything are exploding. And we obviously, we want you guys to be part of it. I would say we became, part of that simply because when we got here, we basically, was listening to the State of the Nation address, not the State of the Union, State of the Nation address. And we've seen a few of them because we've been here for years. And we kept seeing the same thing, probably after about the second or third, first or second biggest issue that they wanted to talk about, or the president wanted to talk about. The next thing he talked about was tourism. And I'm like, oh, okay. So let's take a peek at this thing. Let's take a look at it. And we did. We actually looked at it. And from a perspective of America, because we were from America, so we were kind of sensitive to that. South Africa really didn't have a real big footprint. They just didn't have it. And of course, since we've been, doing tourism, we've had massive conversations with anybody and everybody in the tourism space, from South Africa Tourism to, you name it. We've chat with them. Every province or state has their own tourism boards, and, so they decide who they're going to market to, what their goals are. And unfortunately, we noticed that there wasn't a big market for the African-American community. It just wasn't a big market. Now, there was some activity up in Ghana and some other places that were, inquiring and marketing and making it, giving information. And people said, okay, this is a good idea. And they actually came and they're discovering Ghana. There's a new person coming through the gates right now in somewhere in Ghana, which is a good thing, because anytime you get a chance to expose yourself to Africa, you're going to not just come and feel like you need to give, you're going to ultimately take away, because you're going to just learn so many things. So in our arena here, nobody really knew how to engage the African Americans. We got lumped into a group right along with everyone else that's American. And our numbers were very low as far as, the engagement from America to South Africa. So we decided that we were going to just take it up on ourselves and build a company that will market directly to South Africa. Americans, especially African Americans. And then when they got here from a professional side, they would be able to engage tourism the way that it's supposed to be done, not just taking a trip, trying to find some things, but a proper trip. So our history of being entrepreneurs for us go way back. And that's why I know it's important that you learn what it means to be an entrepreneur, and all the sacrifice and all the risks, that you're going to take.
Risks, yeah.
So Tasha, tell them a little bit about our journey to become entrepreneurs.
So, I'm going to make the story extremely short, because it would take a long time if I gave you, details. But we started our first business in 2008. I'm a doctor of physical therapy by trade. And I knew I wanted to own my own practice. But how I was going to do that, I wasn't 100% sure. Had conversations with my husband, and he was like, we can do this. So ultimately, we started our first physical therapy practice. Within 10 months, we needed to expand. So it was growing really, really fast. And we had that business for 10 years before selling it and moving to South Africa. But the processes that had to happen for us to become entrepreneurs was a total shift in understanding that I was no longer the director of a clinic. I was now the owner. And the responsibilities that changed from being a director to being an owner were vastly different. Now, I don't disrespect anyone that is the CEO of a company or someone that's the director of anything, but I will say it is not the same as owning a practice. We took all of the risks.
Yeah.
And when you are an entrepreneur, you do need to understand that no matter what happens at the end of the day, it's your fault.
Yeah.
Good, bad, or indifferent, everything falls on you. The purpose of being an entrepreneur is to make sure that you have a really solid team around you. I was lucky enough that my husband was part of my team. I had amazing staff and support staff to kind of make the business do what it needed to do. And that's no different. So no matter what business you choose, you're going to need to find the right partners. You're going to need to find the right support that you're going to have. And that's the first step. So when it comes to what we do now, we brought all of those tools with us. So still being entrepreneurs here in South Africa is no different than anything else, but we did make the best of being entrepreneurs before we got here. We use that to our advantage. So again, we encourage anyone who is thinking about moving to the continent to look at what your options are before you move, and to see what it is you can actually do to make money while you're here on the continent. So that's the short version of our story, and some encouragement for those of you that are trying to figure out what to do when you get here. As far as the tourism mechanism is concerned, that is again, a very grassroots movement. You need to do the marketing, find your outreach, understand that there are going to be people that have no idea who you are. They're not going to have any interest in South Africa at all, or Africa in general. And converting those people to customers is going to be your biggest thing. Once you've done that, then you can start to give them good information to help them expand their vision as far as like what they can do for themselves. Would you say that that's about right?
Yeah, that's pretty spot on. Now, as far as Africa is concerned, everywhere you go, especially in the tourism space, they want good actors. They want new people to bring in new blood, new ideas, and so forth. So I would say, and you may get a little pushback, but talk to the tourism people that are available, that you can talk to. A lot of times, And I hate to say it, if you are from the West and you email them, they will probably email you back, because a part of their market is wanting to bring people from the West because they don't have access to those markets. Unfortunately, the West is a massive market, and it's been inundated with, go to Paris, go to London, go to Brussels, go to here, go to Roma, go to all these different places, and you never hear say come to Accra, go to Joburg, go to Tanzania, go to anywhere on the continent. You just do not hear it. So there is a massive market to bring that market to those places here in Africa. So what you basically, you know, as some people, I hear people say a lot, I did my research. Well, you're gonna have to do your research, and then at some point you're gonna have to leave your research tools behind, and then you're gonna actually have to go to that market and meet that market and understand the culture. And I'm gonna pause there, because coming to Africa, coming with a CV in your hand and saying, "Hey, I've done these things," is great for you in the West. But when you're coming to Africa, you know, brush up your customary skills that Africans do, like speaking and understanding certain things. You don't necessarily have to know the language, but they will see you, and you need to see them. So expose yourself to whoever you are trying to work with, and then they will bring you things for you to work with. But then you use your entrepreneurial skills to turn it into, you know, what you want it to be. So there's a massive market here on the continent, and like I said, I believe that anybody who engages it properly, not trying to say do it part-time, like I'm just going to do a trip and try to figure it out. You can do that. That might be a start. But I would say for us, a lot of people who have came here, and you heard Ashley say it earlier, they came here on a trip. We kind of exposed them to, you know, the levels that where they need to be. And once you get to those levels and you get a chance to see it, you know, for yourself, when you see it for yourself and it hits your heart, and you know, all the people around here, because this is Africa, are happy that you're here and they're engaging you. So you should be reciprocating, and you might not know that if you are, you know, you just got off the plane and whatnot. So you have to spend time, and in most of our cases, that's our biggest asset. We got time, and we did too. We started 2010, 2011.
Yeah.
And we didn't move here to 2018. But when we got here, we had everything pretty much running the way we wanted to almost day one, because we knew who we were talking to. We knew that we needed to, you know, see them, and then they can see us. And I'm just going to tell it like this. You know, we got invited to a lot of tourism events. We went to a lot of them, and we learned a lot about tourism here in South Africa by talking to people that were director levels, people that were, you know, high up in the field. They explained to us how it works, and I learned a lot about tourism just by talking to the people that were on ground. And so then you get that information, and then you turn it and make it work for you. And if you are targeting, let's say, the U.S. market, or maybe the people that's in Guyana, or the people down in Brazil. For example, South African Airways just got a direct flight from Brazil, because they're actually targeting that group where you could be part of it as well. Unfortunately, it's going to be difficult if you don't go to Brazil. It's going to be difficult if you don't go to Africa. It's going to be difficult. So that's where that risk comes in. So you're going to take a little bit of risk to get there. But if you do take that risk, then the reward could be absolutely amazing, because here in Africa, no matter what you're doing, they want to know who they're dealing with. They want to talk to you. They don't want to just know your name and you know, I went to the university of so and so, and I've been doing this for 5 years. They want to know about you. Like, what are your values? Who are you? What type of, are you a family person? Are you this? How were you raised? Let's obviously over some food, maybe some drinks.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, that has to happen. And just get relaxed with the people, and let them know that you're not just here, you know, to get and then go back. No, you're here to help. And I think for us, it really helps us because the Africans or the South Africans that we deal with, which is most of the time now because we're actually on the continent, they understand that's who we are and that's what we're doing. Mm-hmm. And they do not mind helping us, but we made the commitment, to be here. So there's plenty of opportunities on the continent. I can't stress it enough, no matter what you're trying to do. And there are opportunities that, unfortunately, that go untapped by us in the West, like minerals, like petroleum products, because there's so many. There's diesel, there's paraffin, which is what's that stuff called? Like little, I can't remember what it's called, but I know what it is.
You know what it is
in South Africa.
I can't help you.
Kerosene.
Yeah,
kerosene. Yeah, we don't say that too often around here. And there's so many other things that you can partner with people that are actually in these fields. So it all kind of works the same across the board, but your presence is probably what you should do. So in our case, and I'm talking about us, people want to believe that we may have just came here and just started it, but we actually started this a long time ago by being present. We came to South Africa on average 3 times a year from 2011 all the way up to 2018. And we were spending a copious amount of time getting to know people, because here in Africa, and especially South Africa, the degree of separation from the person who is serving your food to you to somebody in a high official capacity is generally just 1 degree of separation. So you must treat everybody very well, because you could be saying, hey, I'm coming here and I want to get into the minerals field. And the person who's pouring your drink said, oh yeah, my uncle, he's the big boss over at the diamond mine. Maybe I can connect you. And you're like, well, hold on. He just overheard me, or she overheard me talking about doing something. And then they have no problem connecting you. But they're not going to do that if you walk around with your CV in your hand, kind of being a little westernized, so to speak.
Pretentious.
That's the word.
Yeah, pretentious.
Okay.
You can leave all the pretense where you are. Yeah. Another thing too, I wanted to add to what you're saying is how big tourism is when it comes to the GDP here in South Africa. So being a part of this mechanism is a way for us to add to it. And as many times as we came over those years, that was us actively contributing to the economy. So for those that are interested in, their initial investment into any place on the continent, your initial investment is to actually visit. And that's what's so important to us in our tourism business, that we want to encourage people to make their first investment taking a tourism visit and being a tourist in that country. That's the first way you do it. And then once you've done that, then you can start building relationships, and then you can look at other spaces where investment is possible, like some of the things that he was talking about, because they're all here. Yeah. But you have to get here to know that, number one. Yeah. You have to talk to the people. There's plenty of people to talk to. Yeah. You have to talk to the people. You have to be friendly. You have to acknowledge that they actually exist, and you do have to drop the pretense. That's the best way to navigate probably most African countries, but I do know that it's the best way to navigate South Africa, to just be who you are, be kind, and then be a tourist. And then from there, most doors will open up for you. I'm sure Ashley can attest to that when we hear from her. But that's generally how it worked. That's how it worked for us. We just spent the time here, got to know the people. And when it came to starting this tourism business, doors kind of opened for us because we dropped our pretense back in 2010, 2011. So we were just here trying to learn some new values, understand customs, understand culture, and just being a part of that. You can't come with anything else. You do have to leave all those things behind and be a proper tourist. And to be a proper tourist, you do have to have an open mind and see what's actually available for you to take away, meaning what can add value to me, and then how can I add value? And tourism is the best way here in South Africa for us to add value.
Yeah, now that you say that, tourism, for example, let me just give you, for example, I'm walking around, I'm somewhere doing something. I'm always somewhere. She's always somewhere. We're together most of the time. And it could be, because people kind of know us here in South Africa, especially in pretty much the whole country.
Yeah, I was going to say.
And we go places, and if they're in the education field, they come up to us and say, oh my God, I love what you guys are doing. And man, it'd be great if we can get some educators here and people that are in the field to assist. It could be 8 or 9 or 15 different industries, or they're these same people who are captains of their industry are like, man, it'd be great to get some investment. It'd be great to get investments. And so they just assume that everybody in the Western world, especially in the US, they think they just know about these things. And I'm like, they don't know about you, not even a little bit. And so they're like, but if you could just tell them. So here we are using tourism as a gateway to pretty much every industry here in South Africa. And the way that they see it and the way that we see it now, because we didn't always see it this way. We see that if we go out and we engage people, they come here, and I already know what's going to happen. They come here, like unfortunately, or fortunately, like Ashley, she came here, she saw it, and she was like, wait a minute, there were opportunities. And when you come, there are going to be opportunities, and you're going to see them. And on the side, I'll be kind of laughing a little bit because I know that you're going to see them and you're going to say, well, okay, let me make an adjustment. And the only thing that I always say is always talk to the people, hang out with the people, go to the Shezanyamas, the little bra spots, or we like to call them barbecue spots. Go everywhere. Don't fence yourself behind a wall because I'm from America and I don't do that. Well, you need to
be a part of the culture.
You need to be part of the culture, and you will pick it up because most of the people I know here in South Africa, I'm not sure about other locations, but most of those people come from those, we call it Kasai, which is the, I forgot what it's called. I'm so South African now. I'm so sorry. It's kind of like the hood. That's not an accurate description, but a lot of those people that you want to talk to, those movers and shakers, that's where they come from. And on the weekend, because their mothers and fathers are still there, you know where they're at? They're all there. And these are the same guys that are putting on the suits, making all the decisions for some of these major companies and corporations right here in the Republic of South Africa. So that's where you're going to find them. But you just got to go, unfortunately. Yeah. So that's kind of how it works and so forth. And then, as a outside person who's trying to invest, I'm going to say to you, because this is the African Investors Academy, I would say invest in yourself. Get your skill set up, get your knowledge up, spend some time doing these things, and then you could get into the tourism space. I mean, it's a big scenario. We just partnered with a woman out of Zimbabwe, and Zimbabwe has been having a tough time, but she's tough, and she's like, hey, this is what we're doing. And so we went out to her location, and we get invites to come to pretty much every location known to man. And but we went, but she has a proper setup. So we're gonna work with her direct. Her company and our company, we're gonna work, and we're gonna bring tourists, which brings jobs and anything that you invest in Africa, because for the most part, and I hate to say it like this, but it's true. Whatever you can do as an outside individual, whatever you get involved in is going to create a job. And I know here in South Africa, and I'm sure in other parts of Africa, there's a lot of people who are looking for jobs, and a lot of these people are highly educated, know exactly what they're doing. They just don't have the opportunities because they have a lot more education, but then the positions aren't here yet. And a lot of major companies, I can tell you, are coming to South Africa. A lot of major companies, too many major companies. But you got to keep in mind, they didn't just show up. They did their homework. They actually came and visited. They did all their, as we like to call it, an inspection or a site inspection.
Mhm.
They understand, you know, how things work here in the Republic of South Africa. And just like anyone, from an individual to a massive corporation, they find that South Africa is a great place to be. Africa is a great place to be. And just in the last 10 years, because I can document 10 years via my cell phone, but I can document 10 years, and I've seen growth that's ridiculous. We lived in Northern Virginia forever, and they closed down the theater, and we never got a new one. So growth is slow there. It is what it is. But here in the Republic of South Africa, I'm constantly seeing cranes. And of course, those are jobs. And there are a lot of people in the US that have the ability to be engineers, to do pretty much every position, if not as an employee, but maybe as a business owner. So work on it now, getting your chops up on how to run a business. And I'm under the impression that Ashley is assisting people to become entrepreneurs. It's a whole different skill set. Please don't try to confuse it with being a W-2 earner. It's two totally different things. So those are just some of the tidbits that I can tell you. But as far as tourism is concerned, tour properly, tour. And I'm not going to leave it here, but I just want to bring up another topic. You know, I mentioned to you earlier that when they looked at engaging the U.S., the numbers were low, because I actually saw the numbers that I see it routinely. You know, which countries are coming here, mostly all the European countries. So the South Africa Tourism and Department of Tourism sends all their money there so they can keep that pipeline going, because those are people coming, and then those are jobs. Those same people are coming here, buying property. They're investing because they're seeing it firsthand. They're moving their companies down here. They're bringing people behind them. They're actually coming down here, and they're getting involved with what's happening here in South Africa. I mean, they take a serious interest in what's going on in South Africa, because they've decided to invest their time, effort, energy, and of course their money into South Africa. But it all happened because of the tourism. They actually came and visited. So when I say, visit, if, I always dreamed, and that's like a dream that I have, is that they look at the numbers and hold up, these Americans, and I'm just focusing on America, but you could be from somewhere else, that these numbers are high. What can we do now, since they have proven themselves in the big picture, to, what can we do for them? Because they're actually bringing in this much money, they're creating jobs, they're doing this, and then now all of a sudden we can be important.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, the Republic of South Africa is a sovereign country that they get to make their own rules and their own laws, and obviously they're more concerned about their citizens more than anything else. And as an American citizen, I want America to be concerned about the citizens of myself more than people that are not in the country. And so forth. So I do understand their motivations. So just like Ashley's doing the Investors Academy, we do what we do in the tourism space. There are other Americans that are doing other stuff, and everybody's kind of contributing, the same way. And I'm going to say it this way: the same way Barack Obama became president is because it was a grassroots movement. He spoke everywhere. I noticed that there were a lot of Black radio stations doing a lot of promotions. We went to a Jay-Z concert. Remember what? Tell them what happened.
We were at the concert, and out of nowhere, he just starts basically promoting the president to be. And that means that all those people there, top to bottom, all different levels of education, had someone tell them, their thoughts on who should be president. And you just got to get the word out. I mean, that's the best way to do it. Get the word out.
Yeah. And so, what Ashley's doing, what we're doing, and what everybody's going to be talking about on this platform, we should be spreading this thing as quickly and as much as possible to tell the truth, because people are going to constantly give you, the party line. What is that? Oh, it's dangerous. It's this. It's that. Is this? And that will just blind them from everything. And while they're blinded, the planes are landing from
everywhere,
from London, from everywhere else,
without you on it.
Yeah, and and for some odd reason they're not blinded. But I will tell you this: the biggest diamonds in the world were unearthed maybe about 50 miles from where I'm sitting. Those two diamonds, one is sitting in the crown, and in the what's the Tower of London, and then there's a scepter with a diamond in it, and that comes from the same place, and it's it's the royal family has it, so they know it's here, and unfortunately, a lot of us do not. So that's why coming down as a tourist, being exposed, not coming down here just looking for, okay, where's the opportunity? I need to see opportunity. I don't want to see nothing else. You're going to see opportunity. That's not even a question. The real question is how can I interact properly with Africa? That's your thing. It's no different than in the US we have 110 voltage that you plug into the wall. And then here you obviously if you come here you would get an adapter and you would plug it in, and then you would stick it in the wall, and then your appliance is busted. And you're like, this doesn't make any sense. Well, here in South Africa it's 220, 240 volt. So your 110 volt appliance didn't stand a chance, but you thought it did. And that's kind of what happens when people come down here or come here and they don't understand how things work.
And they need to adapt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. They need to adapt.
Yeah, they need to adapt
and adjust.
Yeah,
and so forth. So, but we'll be here. If you have any questions, we'll be more than happy to answer. Hey, Ashley.
Hey. That was a lot. You guys gave some really good pointers. Some of the things you talked about, making sure that you have your money right prior to, so key.
Yeah.
Whatever that looks like, right? You guys talked a lot about that, relationships, and knowing that this is a long-term game.
Yes.
It is, and you want it that way, right? I think to your point, that we come from such a transactional environment, and Africans don't operate that way, regardless of really where on the continent we're a relationship people, and that's very present, very relevant in South Africa, as well as other parts of the continent, which I'm sure several of the other speakers will absolutely address. And yeah, just the networking piece, recognizing the cultural business practices. You guys gave a lot of value. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Mark and Dr. LaTasha, I appreciate y'all. So if anyone has questions, there are some questions. We're going to get into those, but I have a few questions because you talked about relationship building and touching base with some people in tourism. How do you connect with the vendors or the people that are providing tours that are South African and not just, governments? Like, how do you merge the two, or how do you look at creating relationships with both, but more so specifically the local South Africans in your business?
Okay, that's pretty simple. For us, we started grassroots. We put ourselves out there. We went to the big events. And it started with a lot of government officials, and then they introduced us. And then, like, for example, in May, they have a thing called a travel indaba, which they bring in all the vetted people. So you get an opportunity to meet those guys and so forth. At the same time, if you're going to have a relationship with them, you have to show them who you are. I always think about it in Black Panther, when what's her name? Angela Bassett's role. She mentioned it several times. Show them who you are. And so if you show them who you are, they'll be more receptive and want to work with you. And then as you do good work, and in our case, we've done so much good work, people are talking. People talk a lot in this tour. It's a bigger space, but it's a small space. And so they talk. And in our case, they're like, oh, those Americans, they're doing this. those Americans, the real South Africa, the real South Africa, this. So it took time to actually, to get in there. And then of course you got to do your normal due diligence as a business owner, entrepreneur, to see if you, I'm gonna use the term, get in bed with that vendor, or maybe not get in bed with this vendor, or whatever you need to do. But at the end of the day, you really just got to come in, have great intentions, do good work, show them who you are, and in time they will reach out to you, and then that's your opportunity to see who they are, and then you can form a good relationship. And then once you have the relationship, I mean, that's better than a contract as far as I'm concerned.
True. So
Yeah.
true. So how, I know we talked about this and we talk about it a lot,
Mhm.
when it comes to African Americans coming, right, to South Africa with all of these preconceived notions and expectations. How do you address cultural sensitivity to your guests, around the local customs and traditions when they're visiting?
So basically, once they've, booked and said they want to come, then I stay in constant communication. My team stays in constant communication, giving them information that they need to know to prepare them for their time here. So we basically educate each person as much as we can before they get here, answer all of the possible questions that we know they're going to have. We're going to answer all of the frequently asked questions, and then maybe some additional ones that we feel may come up based on the conversation that we've had with them. And we prepare them for their time here in the country. So that's what we do personally. Some of them have done some research, but they still have questions. So we just over prepare them for their time here in country.
And just to add to that, I think for us in our company, we put people in a position to win. We don't stack the deck against you where you're thinking, oh, well, South Africa's like this because they're the preconceived notions. We put them in a position to where they can make, because most people are smart and they will figure out what we're talking about. And so by the time they're in that position and they're actually moving in that space, these smart people are saying, oh, this is what they were saying.
Yeah.
Now I understand. But they're understanding it in that moment while they're here on a tour with us. And then they tend to continue to go down that path and do great, wonderful things.
Good. Thanks so much for answering that. So my last question, and then we'll get into the audience question. How do you balance the luxury service that you provide along with cultural immersion? So I'll give a bit backstory. We live in this online space where we hear a lot about when people have a desire to experience Africa. Well, South Africa isn't really Africa. It was built by so-and-so, and so-and-so is there. How do you balance your offering for because I experience traveling, but how do you, because I also say that Africa is all things luxury included, and it is, right? But how do you balance that, I think, with the industry around having equal luxurious experience as well as cultural for the guests?
Okay, simple. What do we do? Like, for example, when we got here and we were chatting with people in the tourism space, everything was Cape Town, Cape Town, Cape Town, Cape Town. And Johannesburg is not a tourist place. Even the people from SA Tourism was like, it is not, there's nothing here. Like, why are you guys focusing on Johannesburg? And we were focusing on Johannesburg because I think they were skipping it because they were told this is what it is. And these were people who were senior in the industry. So I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'm not trying to rock the industry. I'm not trying to be a disruptor, but I'm going to show you. So it's easy to allow them to do that and then let me show you, this luxury space. With that being said, this luxury space didn't just prop up from nowhere. It came from somewhere. So it came from the townships, because those same people own restaurants now here in in these places, or they're the ones that are making the call on, you know, what type of lighting we're going to have. These are people from those spaces. So it's very difficult to just separate the two, because it's the same thing. It's literally the same thing. And then lastly, a lot of us, we read about, you know, what happened here in the Republic of South Africa, but they don't never talk to anyone. So what happens? They ultimately end up talking to people that been through apartheid. We take them down to Soweto, and our guides are excellent. I vet them tremendously. Everybody that anybody touches has been vetted somehow, some way through our company, to make sure that we're doing authentic stuff. So people are getting the luxury and the culture and the history at the same time. So at the end of the day, it's really just intertwined. So it's easy to do it at the same time. It's very simple. Everybody that you're dealing with comes from the culture. Every idea that you're interacting with is from the culture. Everything that people are doing here in the Republic of South Africa is the culture. It just happens to, the buildings are nice. It happens to be that this is top notch. And in their minds, a lot of ways, they think that it's not. They just think, oh, it's
their normal.
It's their normal. And I'm like, no, go to New York and get a little apartment or a little hotel room. So that's my answer.
Right, exactly. A little apartment, a hotel, a closet for $800 a night.
Yeah.
Exactly. Fantastic. So we've got some people backstage. If you want to ask a question on screen with Mark and Dr. LaTasha Blanton, go ahead and turn on your camera as a sign to let me know that you want to ask a question on stage, since you're back there in the queue. And if you have a question in the chat, please type the word question before your question so I can easily note it and not pass it up. So if you're backstage, you want to come on and ask a question, go ahead and turn on your camera and I'll let you up. Otherwise, I'll head to the chat for questions. So Cicely Brooks asks, are you learning any new languages?
Oh, Cicely, don't put me on the spot like that. Unfortunately, time has not allowed me to learn any new languages. It is on the list of things to do. I will learn one before I die.
Let me answer that question. Yes, the answer is yes.
What?
Yes, we obviously we pick up a lot of things just because we've been here so long. Number one, but number two, the new language that we've actually learned is a British-based English.
Oh,
it's totally different.
Okay.
Not say totally, it's a lot different than the English that we speak in the US. So I'm pretty good at speaking the language, to the point to where at some point people just think that we're South African because I only use their vernacular when they speak English. And of course, English is a recognized official language here in South Africa. So I'm good.
Wonderful. Walter asks, what is the level of trust amongst South Africans? I'm not really sure what you mean by this, Walter, but we'll do our best to answer this.
Well, I would say to you this: amongst the South Africans, which I kind of feel like I'm part of it. At least they keep telling me that.
You are.
And then I say I'm not, and then they say you are. No, I'm gonna say this: I almost want to say it's better than in the U.S. between American, Black and white American. I think it's better, in my opinion. That's just me. But you know, it's still early on. The wounds are, like a fresh. This is all an experiment on trying to put together an all new nation. It's only been 30 years, so I think in time it's going to have to get better. But where it is right now, they still have some challenges. But I keep seeing, if money is a litmus test, I keep seeing new Black millionaires being minted all the time here in the Republic of South Africa. And a lot of the people that are in senior positions, a lot of them are Black South Africans. And a lot of them are getting their education and things like that. So I think that, in my humblest opinion, that I believe that it's getting better, but this is still an experiment. So we can't put a pin in it and say this is it. It's changing every day.
Ramona asks, I guess during your talk, you mentioned something. So she's asking, why do you say it's unfortunate to have to go to the hood to connect with the business leaders in their communities?
Well, that was just kind of the way I talk. I'm so sorry, but no, it really isn't. It's really fun because some of you guys have never been, and you just haven't been. But if you let's say you go to Soweto, it doesn't really matter which one you go to. But if you go to Soweto, you're gonna have the best food, you're gonna have the best time, you're gonna listen to the best music, you're gonna have the best drinks, you're gonna meet some of the coolest people. That's when everybody has their hair down, and you're just gonna be like, man, this is so dang cool. I love being down here. How do I know? I've spent enough time in townships to understand it. But at the same time, I was just mostly alerting that when you go down to the townships, I mean, there could be some even smaller townships. You pull up, there's a G63, there's the AMGs, there's the Porsches, there's the nice Beamers parked in front of these houses. And in America, we'll be like, if we saw somebody with a nice car parked like that in front of a building like this, they don't know they don't know what they're doing. But those same people live uptown, do very well for themselves, but their parents and some of their family members stay there, and they want to stay there. They've been there their whole life. They don't want to move, as some of us know about that. And so they go down there, and they have their spots that we hang out at and eat food and talk. And so it's easy to meet them because those people went from uptown, they went downtown, so to speak. Hope nobody has a problem with that language, but went downtown or to see their families. And of course, at night they want to drink and have a good time. So hope that helps.
It does. So Shaletta's asking a question about the Boer. What is it like with the run-ins with the Boers? Y'all want to answer this?
Sure.
Okay, please.
Sure. We've had various we have various run-ins because sometimes they had to provide a service because of their business. Like we had one guy I can't remember the exact words. Tasha will obviously correct me, but because sometimes they look at us not like the Africans as Americans. They just don't. And that's them, the ones that she's referencing. We had a guy, he was doing something in here in our house, and he said, good. Like he was like, oh, they're just everywhere. Right. And he thought we was fine with that conversation. He thought we was fine with it. And we actually was like, what are you talking about? Yeah. And so we said, oh, then you need to go to the US because you'll be comfortable. But for the most part,
that's the only one I can think of.
Yeah, that's the only one. We do not go, like we don't curtail our travels. And I guess what I'm trying to say is in the numbers, don't justify me saying, oh, I'm having all these interactions. I'm all over the country. I'm on my way to Cape Town and Sunday. I'm everywhere. And I can put it to you like this. Their numbers are so low as far as the amount of them. The numbers are extremely low. So you're really going to have
a run-in.
A run-in. And it's kind of like, I'm going to say it, like as being a Black American, when you're the only one or two, you're not going to say a lot. You're not going to piss off all the non-Black people around you. So then you act accordingly. Now, what they do in their private space, I do not know. But in public spaces, I've really that's an odd question because I never really have a problem with them at all.
Awesome. I appreciate you said that. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you great.
Okay, fantastic. We had some technical stuff going on in the background. So everybody, thank you so much for your patience. So Domino asks the question, is South Africa your forever home now, or do you intend on retiring back in the US?
You tell Domino, don't you blaspheme me. I am not going back. This is my forever home. I needed to say it that way so that we would understand that even the thought of going back to the US gave me heart palpitations.
Yeah.
Me too.
Yeah, yeah, and it is our home, and once you and that's where again the tourism spot comes in, because there are those that are they're building their $800,000-$900,000 home that's got 4 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and they're living in a space where the taxes are. I mean, they don't even realize they're building inside of a swamp in the U.S. Then you come on this side and you realize you're talking about a quarter of the price. I'm more comfortable. I got more opportunities. The weather is like phenomenal. Like this, it's sunny today. It's beautiful. Sorry, y'all can't see it if you're not here. There's just too many things going on, and your level of comfort is awesome. And once you spend as much time as we have, and there are those that's only been on a trip for 2 weeks, and they go back to the United States, and they are like, you know what? I did not notice all these things. And I'm gonna leave it there.
Correct. And I think everybody, Simon, Domino, sorry, for your information, everybody that you talk to today and tomorrow and Sunday is going to have the same answer for you. All of the African Americans that have migrated to the continent have zero intention to head back to the US anytime soon, outside of visiting family and maybe potentially leveraging their relationships in the US for business purposes. But outside of that, you won't get any other answer than that. So thanks for answering, guys. And then the last question we'll take, just to keep it pretty precise, can you share an estimated amount that someone should expect to spend or to have capital on reserve for getting into the hospitality industry in South Africa?
Well, I don't know. It all depends. I never thought about it that way. We're entrepreneurs. We just do stuff. I mean, when you're an entrepreneur, you just do stuff. Things happen, and I don't know I'm sounding coy, but I mean, I would say personally that you need to think about the amount of money that you would need to come and invest your time in forming your relationships. I think that would probably be your biggest spend, because there's hotels here you got to pay for, this stuff, transportation and things like that to start. But I would. It's like a hard question. It's not hard. It's just we didn't have an issue. Didn't have an issue whatsoever. So I would say if it's a hard dollar amount, keep in mind that you need to spend your time. You got to come spend time. I would say at least 20K maybe. I would say a minimum 20K, and that's all depends on what you plan on doing first. And then you got to learn, because people think it's like a job where you apply for scaling up options. You don't apply for scaling up options.
You're responsible.
You are the scaler. You are the guy. So you can start with something small. Matter of fact, my first tour I did 100 years ago in 2014. It was. I mean, that's just for a minute. And while we had our physiotherapy companies, by the way, I was working on this because I knew we was coming to Africa. It was not even a question. It was me, and I had a few people, and I did everything. And so sometimes it could be something small like that, but at where we are, you're gonna have to do some things. You're going to have to actually do some things on top of educating yourself on how tourism actually works, on how to become the biggest thing is how to be an entrepreneur and think like an entrepreneur. If you think like a W-2 earner, you can have $1 million invested. You're going to be less $1 million. I can say that. And I can say that with pride.
Awesome. Yeah, absolutely. I think when people ask me that question around anything, how much should I have saved up? How much should I prepare to invest? I think if you look at it through the lens of understanding your expenses, your cost of living, giving yourself, if it's a new business, if you've never done tourism before, one, I would think about why you're going into that industry, right? But do you have customer service experience? Do you have project management experience? Do you have, efficient follow-up experience? And if so, and you're a hustler and you're going to get to it, then how much money do you need to feel comfortable so that if your business doesn't earn any income for the first 6 months to a year, which
Mhm.
could be likely if it's a new business, how
Yeah.
much will you need to be comfortable?
Mhm.
And because for tourism, you're not necessarily investing anything. You can kind of get started by setting up, a trip from your tourism company based in the US. So when I hear those questions and throughout, when we talk about how much, I think tourism is one of those industries where it's very elusive and it doesn't necessarily require a hard investment, capital investment, but it is going to require time,
A
to
lot of
Mark's
time.
point. It is going to require relationship building, and
Marketing.
it's going to require investing in yourself. And whatever that looks like, through education or through understanding. Tourism in Africa, there is a strong growing demand for authentic experiences here on the continent of Africa, which is why we're doing the talk today for all of tourism. So I'll share a little bit more about that. So sorry if we haven't gotten your questions answered, but there was a lot of questions on investment in real estate and immigration, and we'll get into all of that. We've got
Yeah.
3 days worth to get into that.
Yeah.
But I just want to thank you, Mark and Dr. LaTasha Blanton, for joining us and opening up the talk. It's so great to see y'all, and I can't wait to see you in real life soon.
Oh yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Thank you for your time.
And how can people?
Okay.
Oh, absolutely. How can people engage with you and find you from here?
Website.
TheRealSouthAfrica.com.
Yeah.
You can send an email to info@TheRealSouthAfrica.com. You can find us on YouTube at TRSA. You can find us on Instagram at TheRealSouthAfrica. TheRealSouthAfrica18. Look at me. And then the last one is Twitter.
I don't know. Website.
Okay, yeah.
The website's robust.
It's a
proper website. It's nothing. It's proper. Yeah.
No, it's legit. It's really legit. All right. Thanks so much. I'll see you guys soon.
Sophie. Have a good one.
All right. Take care.
All right. Wonderful. How was that, everyone? Let me know in the chat. How was it? Was it good? Yay. So let me jump into some housekeeping, guys. So please, in the chat, if you didn't have the link and you were sent the link within the last hour by our support team, please let me know in the chat by saying, I got the link. If you were having trouble this morning, if you're in the Eastern Standard Time Zone, let me know that you got the link this morning from our support team. Please let me know, because obviously I'm here with you all hosting. So again, thank you for your patience. If you did get the link today and you were having issues, there were some issues with our technical team. So thank you again so much for your patience. Was that valuable? Did you guys get some value out of that? Wonderful. Thank you, Marcia. Thank you so much. And thank you for your patience. Wonderful. Yeah, so tourism, the reason why we're discussing tourism today, and it's one of the businesses that I support people in building in the Africa Investors Academy, is because tourism is expanding like huge. The demand for tourism to the continent of Africa is one of the fastest growing tourism hotspots, the continent, this year and beyond. So there's a surge for demand in authentic, immersive travel experiences, transformative experiences. And so today we're bringing you experts that have been in the business for years, more than 5 years, some 10, 15, 20 years, to the continent. And you're getting information from experts, right? Not from newbies that are just starting the business, but people that have been in the industry that can really give you some valuable insights, just like Mark and Dr. LaTasha Blanton. So let me know if there are people in the chat that are in tourism or that have an interest. Go ahead and put like a plane emoji in the comments so we know who our people are in the chat. So our next speakers are up. They're here. Cannot wait to welcome them. It's Kukuwa Fitness and Africa with Us. Kukuwa and Coach Cass, they are a Ghanaian American mother and daughter team on a mission to help people feel and be the best version of themselves through African dance fitness, curated wellness travel, community service, and positive energy. They are most well known for their Kukuwa African dance fitness program. They're huge on YouTube, guys. Like, they're huge, almost 500,000 followers or subscribers, and promoting African style health and fitness through dance-based workouts, strength training, and wellness advice, including healthy recipes and emotional well-being tips. So Kukuwa, she is the mom of this mother-daughter duo, a dance fitness consultant, choreographer, professor, and her international background across the globe has turned her passion for dance into a global tourism business called Afrika with Us. And they're a premier travel agency to Africa with a team for curated and all-inclusive trips to the continent. So please welcome Kukuwa and Coach Cass. Hi guys, you're muted.
Hello.
Yes, welcome.
Hello. How are you?
Yes, so good to see you. So Kukuwa, you're so they did let me know that, as I told you guys, people were having some challenges on Wi-Fi. It looks like you guys are a bit laggy. Let's see. Let me come off screen and see. Let's put you guys in. Let's see if you guys can pop out. Maybe pop out and pop back in. Yeah, and see if that works. Okay. Okay, fantastic. So until the ladies of Kukuwa Fitness come back and join us, please remember, if you have a question, put the word question in front of your question before your question so that I can easily find it in the chat. I love that people are being active. I see Katrina saying hello, Katrina Briggs saying she's in the tourism industry. Fantastic. And maybe I can answer some questions. So we're going to be really specific, right? We want to make sure that we're answering questions that are targeted towards the speaker. So I saw some questions around if you're a homeschool teacher, immigration questions. We want to keep those questions very specific to the speaker so that we can get the most value from their talk, because we will have people talking about those different expertises along the way. Okay, so hope that was helpful. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see if we can bring them back.
All right. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Yes, I can. Much better.
Okay.
I think also with me being on the screen might be adding to the broadband issue. So I'm gonna pop off and let you all do your talk, and then I'll come back on to ask a couple more questions.
Okay.
Before we do the Q&A.
Okay.
All right, wonderful.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
So we are live from Ghana, from West Africa. Right now, just to let you guys know, West Africa across the board is going through major internet problems. So we just thank God so much that we're able to get on this week with you guys right now. We are a Ghanaian mother and daughter team. I was born in the US and raised between Ghana and US, and we both reside in business in the US. We have three parts of our business. There's Kukuwa Fitness, which is our African dance fitness and travel company. Then we have Afrika with Us, which is our wellness curated experiences all across Africa. And then we have our which is Africa With Us Foundation, which encourages to give back to the youth to end the cycle of poverty through education. And so, yeah, we just really want people to be and feel their best through fitness, through wellness, through travel, and through community service. And so those are the pillars that we focus on. I myself personally, I have a over 50 pounds. I travel all across the world. I dealt with low self-esteem. I dealt with skin issues. I dealt with all kinds of things. And the biggest pain points that I had, now I help people get through those. That's part of my journey, my purpose, and my mission.
Yeah, I actually reached out to the 60s, and maybe 50s and 60s, and I'm 65. And I have, I'm blessed to have the children working with me in my companies, which you had explained. And it's really, it's an encouragement.
So sorry. So sorry. So sorry. Let me add you guys. Let's see if you can go on just audio so that people can hear you, because we're still having a bit laggy issues and frozen. So maybe it's going to be better and I think the audience is okay with that. So they're okay with just hearing from you a bit, and then we'll figure out if that is better. You want to try that? Can we try that?
Can you hear the first thing I said? It was too laggy.
Yeah. If you just turn off your camera, so stop your camera, and then we'll see if that's better.
Okay. Is this a little better?
So much better. So much better. Okay, fantastic.
Okay. Oh, I wish I had changed the picture, but it's okay. Okay. Sorry, we'll start again. Apologies. And one thing to realize in Africa is, your patience level really grows because things happen, and people are just grateful that, you're able to make it. And so you adapt very easily because things happen all the time. And that's one thing that Africa as a whole will teach you is patience. Mm-hmm. And so, yes, we're a Ghanaian mother-daughter team. I'm Coach Cassandra speaking, and then my mom will speak shortly. Kukuwa. Our business consists of 3 parts. There's Fitness, which is the mother company, and that's started and founded by my mother. She actually broke her water teaching a class with me pregnant. She was born and raised in Ghana. I'm raised between US and Ghana, and we're residing in Ghana, and then our business is also registered in US. We work together as a team. So we have the Kukuwa Fitness piece, we have the Africa With Us piece, which is our travel portion, and then we have our Africa With Us Foundation, which is our nonprofit foundation. So all of them work together because we want to help people be the best themselves through travel, through fitness, through community service. And so we help people be better through those 3 aspects of our business.
We're having trouble hearing you ladies still. It's so sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but there's a bit of a lag. Let's do this. Let me see if there's. Yes. So everyone will get access to the all of the speakers' contact information. Let's see if we can. Because I was so excited for this talk. Do you guys have? Is it possible to maybe join the link from your phone, or is network? Because I heard MTN was totally bad, and I know you have.
Let me try the phone. 1 second.
Yeah, let's try the phone. I'll pop you guys off, and then, you know, we're connected. So I see you in the background. You're there. Yes, everyone, patience is so important. Doing business, living, journeying to the continent. And we adjust and we adapt because that's who we are as people, and we can. There was an article that went out. You guys know, it was like a big, some Wi-Fi, some network cable completely severed in several countries. That was yesterday. Believe it. It happened. Yeah, several countries in Asia as well. So it's not just here on the continent. But we appreciate your patience. We appreciate your patience. Thank you for everyone that has joined. Please let me know again if you got the link from our team this morning. Just let me know that you got the link. Love seeing all of the tourism people in the audience. And then for those that have, they did get the link maybe a bit late, the great news is you'll have access to the replays for at least 30 days. So you'll be able to come back on and see your favorite speaker from earlier this morning, the Real South Africa, and I will let them know that you were so excited to see them. So we've got Kukuwa and Coach Cass back. Let's try to see if we can get them back up on the stage. Okay, guys, there you are. Okay, I can kind of hear you. I can see your video on my side, but it's frozen. So maybe turn off video, stop your cam, and then we'll try again. No, we can't hear you. Shame. Shame. So sorry. Yeah, this one is worse than before. We love y'all. I appreciate really even the effort because everyone, Kukuwa and Coach Cass, they literally migrated. They went to another location to be able to join us today because they were having challenges since yesterday. So I really appreciate the effort. I still cannot hear you.
Not at
You
all.
both maybe. Actually, okay, sounding better now.
It is. Maybe let me
Sounding...
turn off the camera again. Or can you see and hear? Testing. Maybe.
We can hear you, so maybe come off camera. We can see you, and it's actually better, but I'm thinking it might just be better with only audio.
Okay. So can you hear now?
Yes.
Better?
A lot better.
Yay! Okay. So I'm gonna do another test. Fa la 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 la.
Yes, we hear you.
Daughter team. Can you hear? Oh, I can't hear her.
We can't hear.
Yeah, no, I can't hear her. Oh.
Okay, let's try again. Guys.
Okay. Testing. Can you hear us? Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, great.
We can.
Okay, great. So, like I was saying, so anything that happens, like, you know what, we just can't talk. We are a mother and daughter team. Kukuwa, born and raised in Ghana. I was raised between Ghana and US, and my mother, I'm so blessed with my mother. We business. We have African which is
Coach Cass, we can't hear you. It's going in and out. We tried. We try. I think, yeah, the reception is just not great. It's just not great. Well, let's just bring your beautiful faces on the line again so everyone can see you. But I think we must try. Sorry, it's not working. It's not going. Well, everyone, what we'll do, if you have questions specifically for Kukuwa. Okay, they're saying when I'm not here, they could see me. Yes, so let's, we will, everyone will get your contact information after the chat. It's not working. People are really able to hear you as much as we're trying. And y'all look so good, by the way. Y'all are looking so beautiful, so amazing. I'm so grateful that we tried. What we'll do is this is a great suggestion, Milet. We'll do our interview again, where we'll chat and we'll upload it for the guest of the African Investors Academy Virtual Summit. So we will reconvene. I am so grateful to you both. Thank you for accepting the invitation and really like being willing to support. I really, really, really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry about this.
Don't apologize. We are doing our best. We are absolutely doing our best. Thank you so much. And everyone in the chat is saying how beautiful you look and thank you. And they can't wait they love you. They love your YouTube, your TikToks. So we'll schedule another time and we'll make sure that we get the interview shared online not online, but for the summit attendees that have the all access. We'll get the video as well as the folks that have the summit access as well. Awesome. So thank you everyone for your participation and support in the chat of letting me know what you could hear, what you couldn't. You know, this is Africa. We do what we can. We do our best and we put forth the most effort. And literally we've had a few meetings and there just seems to be a challenge today with Wi-Fi globally, but we're going to definitely do that. We'll do an interview so that everyone will have access to Kukuwa Fitness and Africa with us because they have decades of experience in this space. They're seeing all of the trends that are happening in Ghana, and we'll have Nazali Abraham from Guba Diaspora Network joining on Sunday. So she'll be able to talk a little bit more about business opportunities in Ghana, including the tourism space. Guba Diaspora Network is they're a diaspora network essentially that help the diaspora migrate, travel, and do business in Ghana. And they're a fascinating resource for people in the diaspora, as well as people that are living on the continent that have an interest in traveling, migrating, and doing business in Ghana. And so she'll also be able to come in and support and ask and answer some of the tourism questions that you have. Absolutely, we absolutely did our best. So this is kind of good because I did not have any breaks in the schedule. But what we can do is go through, I'll come back on. We'll come back at about 4:30 South Africa time. What is that? 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. We'll take about a 5-minute break and then we'll come back. Perfect. We'll come back and I'll answer some questions. So again, if you have questions, be sure to put the word question in front of your question so that I can quickly identify it and start for the Q&A. All right, so I'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Okay, wonderful, everyone. We're back. It's fine. Okay, I feel so bad. So as you all know, we have some people joining us here live for the Africa Investors Academy Virtual Summit, sponsored by WeWork South Africa and a New Soul Paradise Resort. And so every time we get started, I feel like they go quiet, but they're so amazing. I'm so grateful to have everyone here. Yay. I don't know if y'all hear them, they're clapping. Yeah, it's so nice. So let's get into some questions. Let's get into some Q&As. It is evening here in Johannesburg, South Africa. So we're having a good time. And I want to get into some of the questions. So Akil asks, what are the countries within Al-Kabilon that have a strong and reliable internet for those who need it for business or work? So, the reality is that all of the countries are different, but this situation that we're experiencing with the Wi-Fi is just something that has happened. It's like a natural disaster that happens within the last 24 hours. I'd say, even in South Africa, we've experienced, an outage for a few hours or so. Living in Tanzania, I had fantastic internet, and I know some people that have fantastic internet as well. In Ghana, Kenya is known for its tech environment, so the internet is very strong there as well. Nigeria, but again, these are countries, right? Not necessarily. There are remote cities or remote towns or rural villages in these countries as well. So you want to obviously be in a metropolitan town to be able to get the access to the infrastructure of a metropolitan world-class global city. But even still, in some of these global metropolitan cities, we're going to experience some challenges, I think, with infrastructure. That's one of the sacrifices that you make, and knowing that it's all working out in your favor. Some of the things that I've learned on my journey is the expectations that I've had of being in the US and what amenities and infrastructure were allowed actually were not all beneficial to the lifestyle that I wanted to live. So when I would experience load shedding or power outages in Tanzania, what that meant was that it was time to get outside, and I would take my family to the beach, or we would go to a restaurant. It wasn't something that I would sit in, frustration about, because it's just something, right? But because of that sacrifice of that thing, I am able to live a more balanced lifestyle that allows me to technically shut down. So if internet isn't working, okay, big deal, great. I'll send a person a note. My network is working on my phone. I can send a person an email. Hey, network issues. We can regroup. Can we reschedule our call for a little bit later? That's the type of working environment that exists here, not only in South Africa, but I think it's just culturally across the continent. So it's really important to be flexible. But I will say that I experienced great Wi-Fi working maybe at a location, right? The co-working location like WeWork. Because this building is beautiful. They've got all of the backup, everything that you would need. So yes, you want to look into different resources that are available for you. Charlotta, we'll get into this. How hard is it to immigrate to SA? How hard? I think we want to think about that a little bit differently. Like, instead of saying how hard, maybe what is the process like? Because there's just a process, right? It's not necessarily hard. It's just a process. But we'll have Savvy Migrations on Sunday, and they'll be talking a little bit more about what that process could look like for you, depending on your situation, right? Because everybody's situation is a bit different, and depending on what your situation is will depend on the process and the amount of time that it could take. Someone asked about reliable news. So, depends on what is the purpose of the news that you're looking for. Everyone laughed in the background. You know, media, as we're learning in 2024, is it's no longer, gone are the days of unbiased media. Gone are the days of investigative journalism. You know, we're seeing media as a strategy, as a tactic in geopolitics. And so I'd say do your research, look across different media outlets to and get a knowing, right? I think what this journey has taught me is discernment and doing what feels good versus what other people are saying I should do based on their particular interest. And you know, that's just that. I think there are several media outlets that can give you a different perspective, and look at all of them, and create your own opinion. But I think if you're looking at it through the lens of what it's like, what's really happening on the ground in a country, you're not going to get that experience from the media. You're going to get that experience from actually putting your feet on the land, getting your boots on the ground, and actually experiencing the place that you would like to go. But I appreciate that question. What that question reflects to me is a genuine level of curiosity in your desire to really understand maybe a 360 approach to a place. And I'm not sure exactly what country. I'm not sure if it was specifically South Africa. But I think, and this is my opinion, my South Africans in the room, let me know. A lot of the media in South Africa is owned, you know, by the corporations and the people that are not necessarily excited about the majority's power today. And so it's very familiar to Western media and creating this consistent level of anxiety and fear within the people, and those who know, you know. Is that?
Yeah.
Yep. Come and experience yourself. So that was the general consensus. Yes. Okay. Perfect. Devon. All right. Can you recommend some news sources? Yep. So that was the answer. I hope that was helpful. Shanna asks, you live in Arizona where guns are the norm, not for crime or hunting. It's just a carry culture. How do you people feel about gun society in SA and Tanzania, if you can speak to that? Well, everyone, this is interesting. I think guns, people don't do guns in South Africa. Now, you do have a sporting culture. There is game hunting. That's a thing. So as you're saying, not for hunting, no. Carrying that's not a culture here on the continent. South Africa, there is crime, there is gun violence. I'm not going to say that it isn't present. However, no way in the amount of just rampant epidemic level numbers as it is in Arizona, right, or in the US. Crime is a bit more specific to certain economic areas. So if it's a lower income area, unfortunately, that just is kind of how crime seems to happen. As far as gun violence, petty crime like theft, car break-ins, which isn't really petty, but those type of things do happen. But again, they're a bit more central to income areas that are a bit lower income in South Africa. In the nearly 2 years that I've been here, no one that I know personally has been affected by gun violence, crime. Maybe someone's got their phone stolen, or not pickpocketed, excuse me, from their back pocket in a certain area. But as far as anything, like Arizona gun violence in America, absolutely not. Tanzania is even less. the process of owning a gun in Tanzania is very, very, very rigorous. They come to your home and expect the security of your gun on an annual basis, and you must pay tons of taxes to even have a gun. And it's unlawful for it to be taken off of your property. So it's really, in that case, only used for protection of property. So I hope that answers your question, Shanna. Gun violence in America is rampant. People in South Africa, when I tell them my experience of having, my experience of gun violence in America, they're just shocked. So it's not anything that, it's by no means measurable to what you're experiencing in Arizona. Okay, let me get to another question, but where's the sound not working? Can you guys hear me on the stream? Are you guys able to hear me? Let's see. Yes, okay, so you are hearing me there, but we're not hearing. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, got it, thanks. Okay, wonderful. Okay, Simone. Okay, Simone is asking for specific types of experiences that would enhance the tourism offerings. So our guest later from Tanzania, she'll talk a lot about this and some of the things that she sees in Tanzania, as well as our next guest that will be touching on tourism in the rural areas of South Africa. Actually, the co-founder of the Places of Remembrance tour, Belile Sitole, who is my co-founder for a series of tours where we are going into the rural areas of South Africa to learn the history of, the indigenous South African people, learn the culture, learn some of the customs, as well as the opportunities to invest, do business, support with social impact. It's okay. No worries. So these are some of the opportunities that you'll hear about today. So I won't get too into that, but tourism, the demand for transformative experiences is at an all-time high, higher than it's ever been for the continent of Africa, the entire continent. And we have social media to thank, because for people living in the West, in the US, we have been told horrible things about Africa. And you are all now starting to see that those things that we've been told are not true. And so people are interested in visiting because of what is being shown, right? On Instagram, on YouTube, on TikTok, which is being banned in America for some reason. So, there are huge opportunities as well. Domino, great question. So how long did it take me to relocate after getting my visa? Do you give yourself a time frame? So Domino, my situation was a bit different. I made a plan to visit, and on my first visit I knew. And it took me about 2 years to actually make the transition. Now, this is not because of processing. This is just based on my own situation. So I'd say if you have a desire to move and you know that, you start the process immediately. How long it takes you is a different story. Today, as an American citizen, being able to travel to the country of South Africa is very favorable for American citizens. Today, things are changing every day. So if you, after your first visit, realize that this is a place that you want to relocate to, potentially, you want to begin filing your paperwork and putting your plan into action. And so we'll have Savvy Migrations on at the ends of Sundays to talk more about visa process, relocation options. Savvy Migrations is a relocation service for people in the diaspora from the US and the UK, North America, the Caribbean, that have a desire to migrate to the country of South Africa. And he'll be able to give a lot of great feedback. EM asks, how am I able to handle my personal life, or my personal and life insurance? Okay, so as well as estate planning. Great question. So I have my life insurance policy is still, it's through an American company, and it does not matter where on earth if I were to ever lose my life insurance is valid wherever in the world that I go. I've been working with my team for almost 10 years now. I have an active will. My oldest daughter has access to a Google Drive that has directions and information for her if anything were to ever happen to me, as well as a trustee who knows where and how to direct the funding of whatever debts, whatever inheritances that I want to bestow upon my children and family members. So I have relationships with a team in the US, and I'm also actively in the process of looking into what that looks like for me here on the continent, because I will eventually be migrating at least 60% of my finances to the continent this year. And so that is really important for me to do, as I live here. So my investments and my assets will ultimately be here as well. Cicely asks, which African country is best for attaining a business visa for agro-tourism? So Cicely, I think how I would invite you to explore an answer around this is, what do you want? What is important to you in a new home? Is it access to organic foods? Is it being close to the ocean? Is it being in a place where English is spoken predominantly? Does that matter? Is it being a part of a more conservative country? Understanding those things is really important, because going somewhere just for business isn't necessarily going to make you happy. So I do see that you have agro-tourism. I mean, the continent is the breadbasket of the world. So outside of sub-Saharan Africa, agriculture is, a fiber of many of the economies of the continent. And so, yeah, I would invite you to ask yourself, what's the most important thing for you? Because again, you don't want to lead in with the business, because you ultimately want to take this part of your life and infuse it with as much joy as possible. And that is absolutely an option to you when deciding to migrate and do business. You don't have to pick just one. So if knowing the language isn't going to be a challenge for you, and you are a polyglot, you can pick up language pretty quickly, or if that isn't are there specific crops? Are there low maintenance crops that you're more interested in? That's really important. Knowing what your business model is going to look like before deciding, on whether or not it's just about getting that business visa. LaTanya, when you're asking the current political environment, can you speak about a specific country? That would be helpful. We are in an election year for, I think there are 12 countries that are having an election on the continent of Africa in 2024. So, my first year living here, during an election, everybody was like, don't leave the house, stay inside, it's going to get crazy. And there was nothing, nothing really happened. But, people are very passionate about politics. The community is very engaged. South Africans specifically are very patriotic people. And so they're very much involved in politics. But I won't say that I've seen anything like the coup, or the division that is happening in America as far as politics goes. So I would say that it does matter. I would also say that doing business, migrating to the continent prior to this past decade, 2020, has been pretty flexible. And I'm personally seeing, as well as many people that travel regularly to the continent, are seeing changes happening. Countries that were offering retirement visas, business visas, the capital requirements were a lot lower than they were, or than they are today, and that their policy is being created around today. So things are constantly changing. So if you have a plan, let's get it put into action, because things are constantly changing. Wonderful, wonderful. Sarah, log of visa process. Urethra asks about the backlog of visa processing. So depends on the country, but if we're talking South Africa, yes, there's a backlog, but that's actually locally here in the country. For processing outside of the country, in the US embassies, in the South African embassies located in the United States, I'm hearing the process is pretty normal. Would you say the same, Lee? Yeah, it's pretty.
I don't know.
You haven't started? Oh, okay.
Right.
Yeah, but I think they're talking about just like a longer term visa. Yeah. So
You do have to apply when you're in the US.
right, exactly. So your best bet is applying in the US and going through that process. And depending on the visa or the permit, it can be 6 weeks, it can be 8 weeks, it can be 12 weeks. A lot of that is up to you. All right. I think we're going to hop into another break before our next speaker joins. Wonderful. Thank you for all the questions. It looks like I got all the questions answered. Speak on where on the side. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. All right. So yes, I'm going to pop off. I'll come back in about 5 minutes as we get ready to welcome our next speaker.
yourself be one of the beneficiaries and anyone else, and then you just gonna make them.
No, it's fine. Yes, we're back. We're talking trust. We're talking beneficiaries. We're talking estate planning here live at WeWork during the summit. So much value swirling around here. So happy. We are awaiting our next speaker. I'm so happy that this is like a curated group and a private group, because the truth is, guys, like there are challenges that happen. South Africa, as many know, is experiencing load shedding, and really has for a while, several years. And some folks are experiencing water shortages currently. So it's an interesting time in SA, but the people are still people are still living their lives, having a good time. And so our next guest is going to be joining us. However, she is in an area where there's load shedding right now. So we're trying to figure out how we can get her going so that we can continue on with the day. So we'll jump into a few more questions. Let's see if there are any more questions. I love that you all are engaging with each other in the chat. Please connect. Yes, I see E.M. Robinson sharing sharing contact information. It's a great opportunity to do that now. Please go ahead and connect. Let people know what you're doing, what you're interested in doing. This is where you could potentially meet your potential business partners, certain advisors, investors. A New Soul Paradise is a resort that is in Zanzibar, and the founder, Rasili, has been acquiring this property over the last year. He's been on the ground, building his relationships, learning more about the regulatory environment, getting advice from strategists, attorneys, even myself at times. And so it's a beautiful property. I've seen the images. It's not a brand new development. It is a renovation project, which is better. Like, I totally recommend when you're doing business, especially as your first project, to renovate. Get a structure, renovate it. Don't necessarily build, especially if it's your first project in Africa. So he's on the right track. He's doing amazing work, and also looking for strategic partners and investors. And so Rasili is in the chat. I think he was also having some network issues, but if you see him in the chat, engage with him. And if you're interested in investing or advising or partnering with a person that is already on the ground in the tourism space, that has years of business experience in the US. Rasili is a retired veteran, former veteran, in the healthcare space, in the is it housing, like not retirement housing, but retired veteran housing. So he's been in business for decades, and is now expanded and bringing his talents to the beautiful island of Zanzibar, Tanzania. So definitely connect with him. Hi, Keza. Welcome. I see you in the chat. Wonderful. So let's check on our next guest. His name, Rhonda, is Rasili. Let's see. He was here somewhere. Let me see if I can. If he has popped out, because I think he did say that he had to pop out, he'll be back. And as well, you will get his contact information if you have an interest, right? And if you have serious interest, please reach out to me directly, and I'll be sure to introduce you all through email. I'll connect you through email. Sound good. I love seeing people sharing contact information in the chat. Super. I'm getting WhatsApps from people that want to also share information as well. So Yes, there's a lot to share. Okay, let me pop off, guys. Give me 2 seconds. We're looking for a guest. All right, we're back. Welcome everybody. Welcome back. I love y'all's flexibility too. I really appreciate it. We're having a blast here. I'm going to call it in studio, behind the scenes. So I cannot wait to introduce our next speaker, Velile Sitole. She is a friend. She was somewhat of a YouTube mentor for me when I was getting started with YouTube, and she was generous enough to accept my invitation for coffee when I first arrived into South Africa. She is a South African woman who has also become like family to me, and she's a multi-business owner, founder of the worldwide recognized record label and music production company, Native Rhythm Records. She's a founder of a nonprofit organization called Cultured Today, which focuses on creating vibrant and resilient cultural communities and institutions in South Africa. She is responsible for changing the name of her village in KZN from Pomeroy, which was a colonial name, to Solomon Linda. And she's also the co-founder of the Places of Remembrance tour, kicking off this Monday, March 18th, from the rural parts of KZN to the luxury in Durban. So welcome.
Hi, guys. Hi, guys. I'm sorry I'm late. I'm even running on very low battery. There's load shedding here. And also, yeah, things happened. I'm very sorry I'm late to come in.
It's okay. We were ready for you. We're waiting for you. You're here. Your presence is valued. We appreciate you. We were able to make it happen. So
yeah,
there was a question before you joined, and people were asking about the opportunity areas in tourism. And they were like, well, what countries are the best for these different opportunity areas? And so I briefly introduced our talk because this is, you know, focusing on experiencing history through rediscovering yourself, whilst investing in the future of South Africans' rural renaissance. So can you talk a little bit about why you decided to go into tourism in the rural areas, and a little bit more about yourself, your journey, and why you're entering, or not really entering into this business, because you do this is what you do, but why rural tourism is something that you're focusing on today.
That question is for me, right?
Yes.
Are you well? Can you hear me?
I can hear
That
you,
question
but
is
you're
for me,
freezing
right?
up a little bit. Yes.
It's because, yeah, you are breaking from my side, so I didn't hear some other parts of your.
Okay. So we're talking about just rural tourism, rural area tourism, much like the Places of Remembrance tour. Tell the audience a bit of your story, for those that don't know who you are, because many of the folks in the audience do. But a little bit of your story and why you decided to get into rural tourism.
Oh, okay. All right, sure. It's because when you started the thing, you said somebody else had asked a question. So I thought you were still continuing about the question. Talking about tourism, especially in rural South Africa, it's because there's so much to show. And it also creates employment for so many people in the rural areas. That's why I chose to just focus on the rural areas. Besides the fact that I am from the rural areas and I am all about development in the rural areas. And I've highlighted all of that in my channel where I spoke about opportunities for business in the rural areas, and tourism was included in there. It was not my aim originally to be involved in tourism, but I just saw a gap and I could see that no one else wanted to probably hear me out when I'm saying I'm looking for people who are in these kind of sectors around in the rural areas so that we can work together. So then I met you, Ashley, and we started this. Now I'm here and I feel like it's one of those industries that probably can quickly help people get employment, even those who've got small businesses in the rural areas, especially in the arts or showcasing any traditional artifacts in the rural areas. They can be able to gain a lot of money better, because most of the people, the way they trade, it's just trading with locals, not with people who are coming from outside. And if they are coming from outside, they are usually exploiting the people who are in the rural areas. So I'm looking at the way where people can work together with people from the rural areas without having to exploit people. People come in the rural areas, they buy African artifacts and go and sell them for large number of dollars outside of South Africa. So I'm trying to create something that's going to make people feel like they are equal to the people who are investing or buying into their businesses. Through tourism, I'm able to achieve that because I'm making people meet, especially through this tour that I am going to do. It is a very specific tour and it is conceptualized for that kind of purpose.
Awesome. So can you talk about how this tour, or your tours, the Places of Remembrance, encourage visitors to engage with the past and gain a deeper understanding of the history of specifically KZN on this tour, but some of the other rural areas in South Africa?
Yes, the tour is not only focusing on KZN. I remember when I first met you, I said each and every province in South Africa had to fight a certain kind of war to, protect themselves and their areas, especially in rural South Africa, from being invaded by whether it will be British or whoever during the Anglo War or during the British whatever war between those natives of that land. So battlefields are very much important because they give you the roots of the whole story. They make you understand South Africa better because yes, South Africa on the surface, you can see that people are very cultured. We celebrate and embrace our identities and our culture. We celebrate being different in terms of like different tribes around in South Africa, but united as South Africans. But now when you have to, for example, to visit a certain area or work in a certain area, it's different. I mean, our mannerism and how we talk to people, it is different. Any South African can attest to that. So that's what I'm trying to do now is to bring people to, even if it's South Africans, it doesn't have to be people who are coming from outside of South Africa. It has to be South Africans. How we are going to know each other is by visiting other people's areas as tourists in our own country also. So I'm trying to encourage that. Let's get to know each other and understand each other and why we behave the way we behave and do things the way we do differently. So people who are interested into culture and interested into history, they really love those kinds of tours because they make them understand exactly the country as a whole instead of just understanding the places where they were born and identify with whatever is around them. South Africa offers a lot. Our culture and our diversity, it makes us, unique to the rest of the world because we have embraced it, and now the world has recognized it. I mean, like when you go out of this country in South Africa and you're in the United States, and you tell everybody else that you are Zulu, for example, everybody says, "Oh, Shaka Zulu," because they know that we raise our flag so high under the banner of culture. And doing tourism in that manner, for me, I feel like it's the only way we can probably make awareness of who South Africa is and how people can work and relate to South Africa.
Happening. Oh, there I am. Well, I know that you just got back from the US, so we must give Madame Belile some grace because she just got back from the US like less than 72 hours ago. DC, Howard University, really sharing the Zulu culture with African Americans. And you've spent time, you went to university in the US, you've raised a family in the US, but are born and also raised in South Africa. What are some of the differences? Well, let me say, after spending time, right, in the US and sharing the culture with African Americans, what are some of the things that you think, some of the opportunities and like relation, right, the similarities, right, not the differences, but what are the similarities that you see that make it possible for African Americans to maybe enter into the tourism space in South Africa?
I mean, there are more similarities than differences between us. I've lived in United States, for example. I've realized that we share the same history when it comes to oppression. We all went through struggles that are the same, and our leaders fought for, Black recognition. And like the sacrifices that most of them had to go through, including our children and their children and everybody else. I mean, like even currently right now, the sufferings you can see through a Black person everywhere, they are just so similar because we carry that baggage of the past wherever we go and whatever we do. It affects us in every way. So I think for me, today I posted a video actually trying to emphasize on that, and I took a tour around Logan Circle in Washington DC, and I just showcased what it is when we say Black people had to fight for their rights in America, and why Americans see fit to go back to Africa in their ancestral land to because I feel like so many people like to forget that all of those slaves, they came from Africa one way or the other. So I don't know. Today I was disturbed, guys. I'm a little bit disturbed as I'm talking to you right now because I saw a comment on my video of a South African who was just going on and saying, "Oh, you are bringing other people now to come into South Africa and take people's jobs." And I'm like, sometimes as South Africans, if there is a South African listening to me right now on this channel, we just need to really, really educate ourselves about others. Let's get to know other people before we can even start commenting or raising issues or any point for that matter. Because if you do understand the history of African Americans, you'll understand why they have claim to Africa. I've taken time to do so, going to America, living with Americans, African Americans. I mean, learning about everything that they are, and I see so many similarities when I'm sitting with my brothers and sisters who suffered the same way as I suffered. So yeah, if I can answer that question, So, but anyway, if you are South African and you are listening to me, I'm very disappointed about us, especially people who just put out comments and say things without even really researching or getting to know or having facts of what they are talking about.
Everyone in the studio is like, all of our South Africans here are like, yeah, they agree. And thank you for sharing that and being transparent in it. Because this is, I think the audience, we are all people that have a desire. Some of us just need a little bit more support in being, just getting some feedback, getting real, getting advice, getting some of the things cleared up that we see. And I think just as an African American, there's a lot that we don't know about. It's the same, right? It's exactly the same, if not I don't want to say worse. It's the same. It's similar, right? Because we are raised in an American bubble where we're taught certain things about every place else outside of our country. And so I can relate to that in that way. And I think that's beautiful and significant in our partnership is how we've been able to, I've learned so much from you and spending time with you and your family that it's been a beautiful experience. Have had to unlearn parts of that. I've had to remember who I am and where I come from, and just spending time with you and your authenticity has taught me so much of that. So let me not turn this into a love fest, but I really appreciate you. So can you share some specific examples of the partnerships that you've established in business? I mean, you've been in business for a really long time, and I think the way that you've translated entertainment industry into the corporate industry, into academics, into politics, into now tourism, how have you taken the thread of your skills and been able to apply them to different industries over time? And yeah, what are some of the recommendations that you could give to others as they're venturing from the US to grow their businesses on the continent?
I think there are two questions in just that statement, but if I can start firstly with being being an entrepreneur and having a business mind, you are already in business. When you want to meet with other people, sell your business, I mean, like, it becomes so easy because you are motivated by your idea. It sits with you. I'll make an example of you. When you came to South Africa, starting in Tanzania, for example, you explained to me that you probably came here without knowing whom you're going to meet, who is going to even give you a chance and listen to whatever you have in mind, or whatever ideas that you have. But you were driven by these ideas to just look out for people who might do business with you. Hence, we are doing business together. So it starts from there. I always see people who are coming from outside in any other country to another country, whether it's from United States to South Africa, or from Africa to United States. I've seen people thrive in countries that they are not born in, but they make use of the gap and the vacuum that is there, and then try to fill it in. That's what business is all about. When you're offering some kind of service, we all need some kind of service, one way or the other. So for me, if you are able to go to any country and just identify that vacuum and the space for you or yourself and your business, you are just an entrepreneur. You are already in the space of doing business. So I'm so happy that there are people who are coming in here. Some of them probably, they are just saying, okay, fine, we'll enjoy the cultural activities. We'll be able to explore and find out about the history of the Zulus. But at the same time, even through that history that is being given to you by that person who's doing the tour guide, you should be able to identify things and where you can be able to fit in. And also understand that development happens differently in different countries. South Africa develops differently than America. And there are so many reasons. And our history becomes also, I think, a predominant factor that drives how or determines how we develop as a country. South Africa is developed when it in relation to the rest of Africa, but at the same time, we still have a lot that we need to do. Again, development also does not mean people need to come in with, for example, capitalist ideologies. The exchange of money can happen in different ways. I don't want to go deep into politics talking about that, because I'm sure everybody else who's in this platform is learned enough to understand different kinds of systems that are existing and how China developed in different ways. Shanghai in 20 years time, the city was something else, but 20 years before it was nothing. I remember in 2010, when I went to Shanghai, I was working on a project deployed by the Department of Arts and Culture in South Africa. I was so surprised because when you look at Shanghai 20 years, probably now, 30 years back, in comparison to what Shanghai looks like now, but they had a different system and different ways of developing. That's what happens also when you come to the rural areas. We are not saying we are looking at things in a certain kind of political system. We are not a nationalist or anything type of whatever country in South Africa, but South Africa offers a variety of systems. You know, you find people in the rural areas, they are very more a collective. When they do things, they want to do them in a certain way. And hence, when you are coming in as an investor, you need to understand that it could be different than what is happening in Johannesburg or in Durban or in Cape Town, in bigger cities. But you are, I mean, you have a great opportunity to thrive and with your business in the rural areas. For example, if you are able to identify the space and where you belong, and also relate very well with the people. That's very much important because, as I said, South Africa offers a variety of systems in just one democratic society. I mean, our democratic society is, I don't know what kind of system we have, because truly we've got the tribal authority in there. We have things that you do not hear about in the United States. So you need to understand those things. And that's why people who are going to be on this tour with us are going to be informed and equipped with all of those things. Yeah, I don't know. I think probably I might have just like went all over the place with this, because I'm trying to tackle everything that you were trying to ask and also give examples. But I'm sure I'm still answering your question.
I'm muted. That was great. That was great. No, I appreciate you answering. So can you talk a little bit about some of the challenges that you've experienced in just being able to translate cultures and like transcend cultures really for African Americans? Because the majority of folks that are joining in the audience are from the US. And well, let me just do this. I'll give a story of our first meeting. And we were talking. And I said to you, we're sitting down, and I have been in Africa for 2 seconds. And I was just like, so what are some of the things that, you know, we should be doing when we arrive? And do you remember what you said to me?
I remember very well when even because I like to elaborate on my answers, and I gave you a perfect example of the village and how people work in the village, that you can have hire a construction company that is supposed to work for you from 8 in the morning up until 5 and give you some kind of outcomes, and you want to see your building rising from this part to that part. But sometimes you'll wake up in the morning and none of the employees or people who are building your house are there. And you get frustrated because you are just wondering what is happening. But basically in our rural areas, according to the culture, if there is a death in other family in the village, we all put the tools down. For example, it's just an example. And that's why most of the Asians have succeeded in South Africa doing business in the rural areas. It's because they come from the humble, most cultured areas. People in India, people who are coming from Pakistan, people who are coming from all over around where predominantly there are lots of Asian people, including the Chinese. Those people have cultures of their own. So they come to South Africa already, not even understanding South African culture, but already respecting it. So it doesn't become like, oh, wow, why people are not here today? But it's just a matter of, okay, is there a death? If somebody else is telling you that there's a death somewhere else, yes, the tools are going to be put down. Nobody is going to be doing any construction. Because your household, if you are an owner of that household, you are just going to be in trouble because you've done that. There are so many superstitions around that. We don't know why our forefathers came out with things like that, but hey, we are doing them, you know? We are doing them, and it's part of who we are. So it's things like that that sometimes become a cultural shock. And if you are a business person, you are very rigid about business, you know, then you are likely to fail, because then people start hating you when you are firing them for not pitching up because there was a death in the community. Then they start sabotaging you at the same time, because the community starts looking at you as the person who thinks they are of high authority. Sometimes when you are working with people, you have to be in a level where you are accepting people as your partners also, as much as they are your employees, but they are still your partners in your business, because your business is not going to go anywhere without them. It's like that everywhere. It's just a business one-on-one course that I'm just giving to everybody else. And I'm sure everybody else understands that, especially if you are an entrepreneur. I've worked with so many types of people. I mean, like here in South Africa and in United States and also in the UK. because I'm so much invested into cultural activities. So sometimes I stage an event that I'm coordinating here in South Africa, but it's happening in the UK. And it's a tour that's going to start from London to Swansea to all the other cities. You know what I mean? And I have people that I'm talking to. And the British have share a different culture than I am. You know, if I don't get an answer at a specific time, and I think it's disrespect without asking a person, why didn't you? It's so important to ask why, as much as people hate being asked why. It's so important to ask somebody, how come this didn't happen, instead of jumping into your conclusion why it didn't happen. You know, it is just the same. I'm just giving an example of what I have been doing. I remember one time I just picked up the call and called Apollo Theater in New York. I've never spoken to anybody there, but I just told him, I said, I've been looking at your programs and I think like there's something missing. Then and the person who picked up the phone and said, who are you? And with my accent, they couldn't even understand what I'm saying, and they thought I was aggressive. But I was just telling them that I think there's something missing, because I had looked at the whole program that was going to happen throughout the year. I said, I think you need something like this. And they said, well, we don't have anybody else. Do you have a person you are working with in the United States who is going to curate this? And I was like, I'll find somebody. And I did. I listen to radio stations that probably most of the hip and happening people don't listen to, but I listen to them here while I'm here in South Africa and in America. And they're very like community radio stations that are specific to certain topics, either reggae community or people who are so much Afrocentric. I listen to those kinds of radio stations and I'm able to pick up people I can be able to call. You know, sometimes
Yes.
it's just a matter of like asking for an email and boom, you're finding yourself in a position of talking to a person who's going to take you there. And I did find a curator, and we did work at the Apollo, and we did 2 nights at the Apollo presenting what I thought Apollo was not presenting. You know, that's just what it is. You see a vacuum even from the distance and you seize the opportunity, but you have to be humble and also understand how to maneuver around and get to talk to people without being aggressive.
This is something that our speakers, I think, are going to say regularly. This is a community of entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs. And so for those that are entrepreneurs, you already know the way you do things, you make it happen. You assert yourself, you reach out, you don't stop reaching out. But I think the unique thing that you have shared, Billy, as well as our other speakers, is recognizing the cultural practices and implications of what it means and asking why, being curious versus imposing your assumptions on why a thing is a thing. It's really taking a step back and really, I just like to use the word empathy, like just constantly show up in that energy, because that is what will ultimately help you and achieve success. Coming to the continent to do business in any industry with the idea around things being a certain way, specifically around time, whether it's response time of a message, response time of an email, response of an actual KPI. It may not happen the way that you would expect for it to happen. So assuming that everyone is actually doing their best with interest in supporting you is kind of how I've operated, but that's really after learning and hearing stories and building relationships. So these are pretty consistent with what I think everyone has shared and will continue to share.
Truly, but also to remind people, these things can happen between Americans inside America. Business is just like that. You know, you can talk to somebody in a business and they have their own ways of doing something, and you probably will find it so annoying that this person is just not doing it that way. It happens everywhere. And also, we are not trying to say people must come in and now bowing down to this culture, South African culture, and people and how people are doing things. No, because we are also learning from you when you are coming in here. It is really an exchange of skills more than anything. So people need to come with that in mind. I think people who succeed in business are people who get to know the people that work with them. Period. If you do not know people you are working with, meaning also I have to know Ashley, as I'm working with Ashley on this tour right now, what Ashley's values and principles are. So if I'm going to say, oh, well, I can't do this right now because there's a death in my family, Ashley is not going to understand that. So I have to find a way to accommodate Ashley. So it takes a lot of talking to your people when you have started and established the business. And also with the rural areas, it's so simple because when you are introduced to the village or the rural areas or anything else, the first thing that you do that even our government failed to do is communication with the people. Communicate with the people and say, hi guys, I am here and this is what I would like to achieve. It's like you're selling yourself to the village so that they can be able to accept you. People just love people who come and talk to them, present who they are and who they are about, instead of coming into a village just because you have money and then you settle there, you build a building and expect villagers to come and give you business. It's not going to happen. They're just going to they won't even use your business because you are not relatable, period. So those are the factors. Also, I have noticed that there is a language that sometimes people, when we express things. I've listened to some African Americans when they are talking about people in the rural areas and say, hey, when you are dealing with people who are poor like that, they might be living in mud houses, but I don't think they look at themselves poor because they are probably might be poor according to you financially, meaning that they don't have access to monetary funds to do certain things, but they are very rich in natural resources, and probably you need that land. You know what I mean? So I feel like people need to stop now saying, I live in a poor area in the rural areas and I've built myself. I've heard people talking from that high level, and I'm thinking like, then you are not really serious. You are already have put yourself into a certain level against the others. You don't do that. I live in the rural areas. I grew up in the rural areas. I got educated. I went to America. I came back. But I still live in the rural areas. I do what people do. I do have money more than them. And I don't go. First of all, you do not just give money to people just because you think they need money. Zulus are just not like that. We are proud people who want to work for something and then you pay us. So if you think you're going to just like dollars and everything you're giving out to people just because people are poor, they're just not gonna like it, because that's not how we are raised. That's not how we do things. So it's just one of those things. But also it comes with pride. I mean, we are Shaka people, for example. I mean, like even in other tribes, people just pride themselves for being who they are. It's one of those differences, and but it's just little small things that can happen between people in any business, in any sector, in any country, anyway, not understanding each other.
Fantastic.
And lack of communication, yeah.
Yes, lack of communication, lack of understanding. So we're going to start the Q&A. So if you have a question and you would like to ask your question on air, come backstage. I'll put the link in the comments. Turn on your camera so that I know that you want to come upstage or on stage and ask your question. Otherwise, we'll head to the chat for questions. I did see a question about, what are some of the books that people can have access or that they can read to learn more about South African culture? No, that wasn't it. That's not it. Again, if you have a question, please put the word question in front of your question so I can easily identify it. Yeah, Cicely asks this. Are there any books that teach the most common African cultural norms? Do you know any of these?
Oh, there are so many.
There are so many. I think when I came to South Africa and I was at the bookstore and I saw a row of just South African writers. It rose, not even a row. There was so many novels, autobiographies, self-help, children's books. I had never seen anything like that in the US. You invited me last year to the Johannesburg Women Writers Festival. I went there and I was in a room of over 100 South African Black women writers.
Women authors.
And it was it was an emotional experience of South African women telling their stories, selling their books. And so I went again this past Sunday and got more books. But unfortunately, listen, in America, they're erasing the history. They're taking away the books of African-American writers. So the accessibility of those books is not available in the US. So Cicely, I just say, come to South Africa. You must come. You must come because every country has different traditions. Every tribe, kingdom has their own cultural norms, different, but some of them are very similar. Some of them are very different. And so you really, books tell the story, I think, of the journey, but no one is writing a tutorial on ways you must practice their culture. I think, in fact, this is an experiential process, right? Would you agree? An experiential journey.
And sometimes you can read as many books as you read. I always believe the only way to learn about anything is to be there and be present. Interactions between people make you learn so much. I always say to people in my channel that if you want to know something about South Africa, choose a place where you think you are interested to go, whether it's in the city or the rural areas or anywhere. Choose that place. Go and mingle and live around with those people. That's the only way you are going to get to learn more about anybody's culture. I mean, like, I live in America, for example. Last month, I went to Martin Luther King Library in Washington, D.C. I was so disappointed. There are so many books, African writers that are there, but the library was packed with white people. I don't know the history. I don't know what is happening, because obviously sometimes it does happen, but I was so shocked, Ashley. I was really shocked. I was like, where are the Black kids? That library has slides for the kids in the children's library, which is another section. The kids that were just like carrying books and playing in the slides and everything. They were white kids and probably Hispanic kids there and there. But I was looking for Black kids. I just couldn't see them. I went to the auditorium and I was so surprised that orchestra was happening there. And everybody who was in the whole choir of orchestra was just like all white people.
Oh,
this
I'm
is
back.
Dr.
Okay.
Martin Luther King Library.
Okay. Yes. I love that you said that. And I will also, just on the heels of that, going to these events here and listening to the writers, South African women writers, when they're even wanting to tell the story of their ancestors, whether it's their immediate ancestors or those from, generations before, they find it's so challenging to translate their indigenous language to English. And some of y'all aren't going to be ready for this in the comments. As Americans, we speak, call it like our enslavers' language. We practice our enslavers' religion. We practice our enslavers' customs. We are so adjacent to those that we know are set up for our destruction. And so, but we struggle to recognize and understand why there are so many important parts of the African cultures and traditions that we're just not aware of. And we won't be able to understand that unless we come and we spend time and we visit and we sit in stillness and we learn and we absorb and we relearn and we unlearn. I don't see anyone. Urethra, oh, she's come backstage to ask a question. If you want to ask a question online, Urethra, I just said Urethra. I just said that. Sorry, guys. I just realized I said that. Sorry, I did not mean to mispronounce your name, Urethra. Turn on your camera. You must connect your camera and your audio in order to join, and you absolutely can. There is a question that I know you'll be able to answer well from Walter Stewart. Is it customary to check in with the Zulu first before conducting business in KZN?
I don't understand the question though. What does
Is
connecting
it
with the Zulu
customary?
mean?
Like basically, is it custom to check in? So to show deference, to show reverence, to be introduced, to create a relationship with someone, a Zulu leader in traditional leadership before conducting business in KZN?
Not in KZN. KZN is big. It is a huge province. KZN has a large element of city life and a large element of rural life. The reason why KZN is always probably talked about when it comes to culture and a very strong culture, which is the same in all other provinces and different languages in South Africa, but it's because we own, as the Zulus, we own a large number of land because our king, remember that we even have our own parliament in KwaZulu, while there is Parliament of South Africa. I hope people do understand that. I mean, like, it's just like general knowledge that the Zulus have their own Zulu parliament, and we have our own prime minister of that parliament, and it is like very well respected by our national government. If they are going to do anything with the Zulus, they have to take matters to the parliament from national in our own parliament national. So yes, with the Zulu people in the rural areas, you do need to deal with tribal authority. Tribal authority, it varies. It cascades from the top people to all the way down. We have what is called the Inkosi. Inkosi is like a chief of the village. Our king of the Zulus is called Isilo. There's a difference because as much as it is the king, and the name king in Zulu is referred as Inkosi, but Amakosi are the people who are working for the king of the Zulus in different areas where the Zulu kingdom owns land. And we own, I think, about 65% of the land in KwaZulu-Natal alone. I think it's because of probably the fact that the Zulu land has its own parliament, and the fact.
What happened to her? Oh, we lost her. Oh, I think maybe her phone died because she did say her phone was low with load shedding. She gave you all she had, everyone. So essentially the answer to her question is yes. You must check in with the tribal authority when you want to do business. And this is literally the purpose of our summit, or excuse me, our tour, Places of Remembrance, that is actually kicking off on Monday to KZN, March 18th to the 24th. So I've put that link in the chat for everyone to take a look. You can learn more about our tour there. and sign up for the next one. So at the bottom of that page, if you cannot make this tour, obviously you can, because it is on Monday. We're going to be taking a group of 6 for our first tour from Johannesburg to rural KZN, all the way to Durban. So we'll be experiencing the battlefields, learning about the victories of the Zulu people in fighting the British, as well as some of the defeats that are also on record, but the only defeat of the British Army is of the Zulu people. And so that is something we're going to learn about, and we'll be introduced to different parts of the tribal authorities. We're going to be introduced to different businessmen and women in KZN. So our guests are going to get to interact with business owners looking for investors, interact with officials, tribal officials, to share their interests, understand the opportunities that are available. There was a question, I think, around what are some of the opportunities? I mean, in a developing part of the country, you know, there's everything. I'm so excited because I spent some time in December with Belile and her family and got to see the development that was actively happening in the malls and the resorts and the entertainment complexes, all the way down to maybe opportunities around just normal services that might involve a bit of innovation. The beauty, you know, hair care, nail salons, wash and folds, restaurants, entertainment complexes. All of these are opportunities, but you have to do your due diligence and you have to go through people, you know, it's all about relationships. You have to spend your time. Institutions of learning where you're teaching and educating on like opportunities around sales or customer service, digital skills. There are so many different opportunities in the rural area. So if you have a desire to journey with us on the next tour, head to africainvestorsacademy.com with a K. Y'all all know, because that's where everyone went to get your ticket. Let me share the screen quickly so you can see. So head to the bottom of that page, right? This is the Places of Remembrance tour website. Let me pop myself off. Let's see how this works. Ooh. Ooh. There we go. And so it isn't always just about business, because business will only take you so far. But these are parts of our unlearning of the West, is we're just taught to produce. Our value is based on what we're able to produce, not necessarily on our lifestyle, right? And so that's really important that we get to experience a place regularly. This will be my 3rd time in KZN. And while I love it, right, and there are so many opportunities there, I'm not necessarily sure that it's for me in the scheme of actually having a brick and mortar business, but I love it. It is absolutely beautiful. But in the winter, it's just too cold for me. That's for me. But if you can deal with that type of weather and that doesn't bother you, then, you know, you must also be aware. Belile sends her love. She thanks everyone for the questions. She is just honored to be able to share with you, and she cannot wait, much like myself, to host everyone that will be joining us on the tour to KZN this Monday to Sunday. So we love it. Thank you. Was that helpful? Did y'all enjoy that? Belile Belile gets to it. She will let us know. Euretha says she goes by Dominique. I love that. Thank you so much for accepting my apology. Rhonda asks, what was I talking about? So I froze. I'm not sure what was the last that you heard from me. Please be sure to ask. We will be welcoming our next guest. She's joining in a few. Let me go back. Let me look at some questions. Let's see, questions. Okay. I'm not sure if that's a question, Darlene. If it's a question, it's very long. My eyes I don't have young eyes anymore. So they're doing a lot of things. So I need you guys to put the word question in front of your question so that I can answer properly. Akili, you asked if I could spell this area that I'm speaking about. Which area? KZN. Oh, I say Z instead of Z. Americans, we say Z, the alphabet, or the last letter of our alphabet is Z in American. In English, it is Z. So KZN, KwaZulu Natal. I'm not the best speller, but we're going to try it out. KwaZulu Natal. That's how you spell that. Questions. Walter asked, will I consider concurrent tours for the Zanzibar and KZN tour? Do you mean back to back? Let me get clarity on that a bit. So we've got the KZN tour happening Monday. We're planning on another one in June. So go ahead and register for that. And then Zanzibar. Inquiring minds want to know. Well, we might be able to get into that a little bit later. There are some people in the chat that did join us in Zanzibar. So many. Pascal is here. Rasili is here. Who else is here? From the Zanzibar trip, and they can tell you all about it. In fact, I think we've got some people on camera sharing what their experience was like. Oh, okay. I froze as soon as I went to the website. So on the website, head over to the website, go to the bottom of the website under terms and conditions to register, to sign up for the waiting list for the next tour happening, the Places of Remembrance tour happening in KZN. We're learning history, we're learning cultural practices, we're eating the food, we're drinking the mkomboti, or at least watching it made because it's very strong. And then we're looking at how and learning about how that province has been able to maintain a level of sovereignty in their cultural practices, language, traditions, religion, spirituality. And then headed to Durban, which is the more developed, not say, because there are parts in the rural areas that are also developed. So it's quite an oxymoron, but we'll be heading to Durban, which has really been commercialized development so that people can really experience the evolution whilst there is still a level of sovereignty. Lovely questions. Are we able to save the chats? I'm not sure, Ramona, we shall see. But if you're looking at contact information, I would just go ahead, copy and paste it, get you a Google Doc open or your notes app open, and just in case, because I'm not sure. We'll see Ochaleta. Yes, she's here, was at the Zanzibar trip. Kyrie asked, why isn't Durban pushed for tourism like Joburg and Cape Town? It is actually, and there are a ton of investment opportunities. It's absolutely pushed. I think Durban is a bit different. I mean, it's just a different environment, but there have been, Durban has been experiencing a lot of, unfortunately, natural disasters with flooding. And so there were some challenges with the weather. Global warming is absolutely taking effect in Durban. And so, but it's a beautiful area, but opportunity is where, that's a huge opportunity. So if you visited Durban and you love it, create a business that brings tourism to Durban. Yes, lovely. Walter asked about Tanzania in October. I don't know, Walter. We'll see. We'll see. Rhonda asks, due to 2 surgeries she's having this year, she's not able to travel until 2025. Do I think we'll be more tours next year? Absolutely. Of course, of course. Stay in contact with us. You'll get all of the updates. You're on the email list, so you'll get all of the updates. Last question before we hop into our next speaker's talk. Keely, for those planning on traveling and moving to Kenya, do you have any contacts? Sure, Keely, we'll talk offline. I wish I would have read that prior to. We'll talk soon. All right, so our next talk is with the lovely Justa Ludwigana, founder of Curious in Tanzania. We're talking about unlocking paradise, investing in Tanzania's thriving tourism industry. Justa is a Tanzanian Brooklynite, storyteller, and curious traveler. She is born and raised in Tanzania, and at the later age of 12, she moved to the US with her brother to reunite with her family. After a few years without visiting her home country due to her studies, and on her return, she rediscovered how beautiful her homeland was. As a local tourists and beyond, she founded Curious on Tanzania in 2015 out of her own curiosities for the country, but also to help travelers unlock richer travel experiences within and outside of the country. Welcome, Justa. Let's turn on your screen. I'm going to play a video. Justa requested that I play a video prior to her chat. So let's play the video. Ooh, okay. Share screen. Yum, yum. Can you guys hear that in the chat? Please tell me. Put a 1 if you can hear it, because I'm not sure if you can hear it. I can hear it. 1. Okay, perfect. So you can't hear it. Okay, fantastic. You guys can't. Shame.
Hello. Oh, I can't hear you.
Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Hi.
Yes. Hi, gorgeous. People are going nuts in the chat. That video, I've seen it so many times, but I love that video. It is so beautiful. But welcome, Justa. So I've introduced you. Please tell people a little bit more about you. Everybody is so excited to learn more about opportunities in tourism. And I would love for you to just share your story with the people, as well as what it's been like for you getting started and staying, maintaining such a vibrant and successful tourism business. So I'll see you soon. I'll be back to ask you questions at the end.
You're leaving by myself. No, I'm just kidding. Hi, everyone. I am Justa Lujwangana. I love being back home. One of my goals. Oh, hi, Pascal. How are you? And Shalita. Oh my God, everybody's here. So I love. I mean, I think my love for my home country started with my mom. My mom moved us to the US at the age of 12. But like she has always reminded us home, to never forget home, and home will always give you what you need. So I've always remembered that. And when I found out about tourism, I was like, oh my God, this is my way home. But like, that's kind of like the short story of it. But when I was growing up, I did not know the beauty of Tanzania until I left. And I went to the US. That's when coming back and rediscovering all over again, that's when I was like, oh my God, this place is beautiful. And I need to share it with the whole world. And I need to let them know what Tanzania is all about. But I came back to the US, and of course my bubble was busted because everybody in New York is so busy doing everything that they have to do possible. And it's like, what, Tanzania? I'm not sure about this. This is like something is outside of the spectrum. So when I noticed that, I was like, okay, I need to make it my goal and my focus to make sure people know more about this place that I see is like a golden jewel. But like, how do I make others also see it? So when I ran into tourism, it was still out of my own curiosities to kind of see how do I give back to my home country, which is so beautiful, but like not a lot of people know about it. So that's how I ended up creating Curious on Tanzania. It was one, out of my own fascinations, but two, it was like my whole ancestors, I should say, or my mom and everybody else behind me was screaming at me that I needed to find a way to go back home and give back. Like, how do I do that? And even until today, when we bring people onto the experience into Tanzania, I'm always reminded that you shouldn't take it for granted. But it's just, this is an opportunity that you could be able to also show others how the country looks like. So that's my whole building into from just the curiosities and just having a passion for the country into the business. They're both intertwined, because even until today, it's still all about just my curiosities and my fascinations for the country. But now it's like I have to get people involved, and of course I have to create it into a business. Coming to have Curious on Tanzania, or having a business within tourism, it was not easy. To be honest, it was like being in New York, where it's a jungle, is a beast, and like not a lot of, this is just for me, this is what I've noticed, not having a lot of people of color in the tourism industry. It was actually harder to kind of like, it was harder in some portion, but then it was also easy in the other end. It was harder in terms of like, okay, how do I get myself to be as comfortable going out there and speaking to people about something that they probably might not care about, but like I need to show up every day and kind of be the spokesperson of this beautiful place. It was easy on the other side because I am Tanzanian myself, and I would just show up and like everybody would just look at me. They're like, where are you from? What's happening? And I'll be able to express myself that way. But tourism, not actually, I never went to school for hospitality. So when it came to just kind of like creating a product and learning about it, of course, I had to immerse myself into our culture itself, but also the business. I had an uncle who was within the tourism business where I shadowed them all the way through. And they kind of guided me to understand the groundwork of how everything operates, from hiring tour guides to the safari vehicles, getting safari vehicles, to creating experiences, to like in Zanzibar, lodging, and like there's so many different touch points that for me as a DMC, which is or like a tour operator, knowing all these connecting dots was very important from the grounds level. So that's why I contributed my time towards going actually on like the safari, or going into villages, or going into different places to kind of understand how things are done, the manual work of how things are done. Although when you see a guest being picked up at the airport, you're like, oh yeah, everything is good. But there's actually a key behind where we are wheeling the turn. The turn needs to be wheeled and needs to be wheeled. And that is the position that we are serving in, is just making sure I think of it when it comes to the business, the guest is the baton. And how do you pass on the guest as the baton to win the rest? I can't even speak anymore because I was speaking too much Swahili earlier. So my English is like, to win the race. So how do we make sure that that client, you are there to help them win the race? And when we are helping the guests to win the race, we also have to make sure that they are happy. And so that is the other side of the business that I had to kind of come to understand, is like, what do we do to make sure the guest is happy when they're going on their trip? So that's the operation side. And then you have to come to the marketing side, which a lot of our marketing is done in New York via social medias. We do it via social medias. We do it in person. We are highly, highly big when it comes to referrals and recommendations. So we have to make sure our guest, who's the baton, is passed on really well, so they're able to make recommendations to other people coming on the trip, like Pascal or like Shalita being on the trip. So like we just have to make sure those people are happy and they could be able to make recommendations to others. When it comes to just general tourism in Tanzania, tourism is our number 2 sector. When it comes to tourism and being our number 2 sector, agriculture is number 1, and then tourism. Tourism is such a big deal in Tanzania, but we don't have a lot of different products. And the standard tourism that we have here, of course, is a lot based on the safaris. And it's not, and if like when it comes to like cultural experiences, but like for example, when I'm in the US, or when I was in the US attending a lot of conferences, the tourism in the US is so big and different in various ways. Let me say, for example, zip lining, to like adventurous experiences and activities, to boat experiences that you could go on. So there's so many different touch points. People are even having like buses where it's like tea party buses. But like there's so many different touch points that, or like even the dining experience or the food experience, it is so vast. When it comes to Tanzania, there is those opportunities that we could be able to expand beyond, that I feel like we need more creatives and experts to be able to come into this space, observe it first, and then see what you could be able to contribute towards it. So you might, you can't, for me, I would advise a person, you have to visit this country first to kind of see the vibes of it, the grooves of it, what is out there. And see the missing gap or the missing link and try to fulfill that. For us, we're curious on Tanzania. What we noticed is basically tourism is here. it was mostly focused on safaris, which is still focused on safaris, but we wanted to do something unique. And our thing that's unique is being able to listen to what the client is seeking and what they want. They want to go out on the nightlife. They want a culinary experience, a cooking class. They want a yacht experience. They want to learn about the country, the history. They want to invest. They want to come in for a conference. They want to come in for so many different things. It's like, what do you want? The country is just the basis for it. And then you could come in and be able to fill in between your passion and your businesses that you have. The country is wide open that you could be able to come in and see where you fit in. So that's what I've noticed about, like, besides the country being such a beautiful country and the weather being so perfect, what I've noticed is, like, it will give you what you need when you give it time and when you allow it to kind of like just sit and observe and see, especially like as investors to different capacities. Anywhere you go, you always have to be an observant first, and especially coming into Africa, you just have to be an observant first or a student first, take it all in, and then later on, you could kind of, or even right after you have kind of assessed yourself, you could be able to come in even stronger and see how you could be able to contribute to our beautiful country. But Tanzania is open, and you could be able to speak to also like our tourism boards, between the Zanzibar Valley tourism boards and also Dar es Salaam. We have a tourism board here that they are very open to be able to talk to various investors. That you could be able to learn more about what is available in our beautiful country. But of course, also in October, if you want to be able to join us for the summit, you could be able to come on the summit. And that summit is, last year it was really good, but this year I think it's even going to be even more great, where you could be able to learn more about how to invest in Zanzibar. But like, if you guys have any questions, I'm open. Just please ask me any questions. I think I probably forgot something in between, but I'm not sure. But yes, I'm open to any questions you have.
It's good. Can you guys hear me? Question number one, please. Thanks, everyone. Fantastic. So, Juica put, let the cat out of the bag. We are going to be doing our investor summit. No, it's perfect. October to Zanzibar. The Africa Investors Academy Summit is happening in Zanzibar in October. Pascal says he'll be in Egypt. I love that you want to come back, Pascal. That says a lot. That says a lot. I love that you want to come back. So let's go to the summit page so that everyone gets to see. Uh-oh. Okay. It was just playing all this sound 2 seconds ago. So it's going to be October 20th through the 27th, 2024. So this October, we're so excited. It is going to be, last year was amazing. I actually couldn't even attend, but I was able to manage remotely, and the team, Justa and April, who will be joining us tomorrow to talk about all things real estate, as well as the regulatory environment for what it looks like to do business in the areas of tourism, will be there. She'll be on tomorrow sharing more. It was there's like a little picture of our crew. I don't know if y'all can see everybody. Ooh, there we go. This is everybody that came last year to the summit. It was an intimate gathering, but nonetheless super powerful. So we've got 200 and some odd days for you. Go ahead, get on the waiting list for that summit. There's going to be a bit of application involved so that we make sure that people are getting resources that are most important to them. Yeah, and that they're able to get the most value out of it. So head to the website. Let me just go ahead and drop the website link in there for you. Love it. I love seeing the chat, and I love that Pascal wants to return. That says so much. All right, fantastic. So if anybody has questions and wants to come backstage and ask your question on air. We haven't had anybody yet. Y'all are shy or what? What's happening? Do you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
What kind of tours, or can you explain the tours that you have done in the past? What kind of experiences do your clients have?
Justa specifically.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. So Justa, the question in studio behind the scenes is, what type of tours do you offer with Curious on Tanzania? What are the types that you offer? Is that it? And there's another part of that question.
No, that's good.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, great. That's very interesting. So majority of the tours that we offer, they're all customized to meet the client's needs, but we focus on experiential travel. And this is just travel just to be able to, just a general of being able to experience what the country is all about. So from like the safaris all the way to let me say there's a concert, or like there's a festival. For example, in February we have Sauti za Busara festival, so we kind of gear the trip all around the festival. But then also, like, let me say, for example, we're putting together the summit. So the summit, that's an experience that's put together, and you guys could be able to come and experience that. But like, we have a lot of our trips are very customized to be able, and themed various ways to be able to meet our clients' needs.
Did that answer your question? Okay, perfect. Chaleta, I'm sending it. Chalita, I'm sending it to you. There you go. Perfect. All right, so let's see. Question. LaTanya, did you have a question? It's empty. I only see question. It's down, right? Okay. Trey. Is investing in transportation business common on the continent? Cars, motorbikes for people to rent, specifically in Tanzania and Rwanda?
I was actually in Stone Town, and I've seen I forgot what's the name of the company. They just invested in like these motorbikes to be able to do tours in Zanzibar. So yes, it could be, and this is just like for tours as activities, but just like regular transportation, we do have like a lot of let me say like piki, like self-employed people who have like their own transportation services that are there. On the government side, usually handles its own transportation, but like if you are getting into tourism, in the tourism industry, it is possible for you to go into in those aspects, like just like the example that I gave in Zanzibar, where they have the motorcycles, the pikis that will go around, so you could be able to do sightseeing, and that's actually a first. Yeah, they have that and bikes. That's actually a first in Zanzibar.
Great, thanks for answering that question. We've got Chalita coming to the stage. Hi.
Hi there.
Hi.
I want to say hi to Justa. I don't know if Rasili's out there, but hi to him as well. Hi, you guys. Yeah, I didn't know you were having another trip to Tanzania, but I loved it. I don't think I've seen anything that beautiful in my whole life. Honestly, that water was just, and you know what I saw, I don't even remember the name. Was it the Indian Ocean?
It's the Indian Ocean, yes.
Yeah, okay. So like in Mombasa, I think it's the same ocean, just as beautiful, right? It's breathtaking, the whole place. I just wanted to say I want to come there in October. I didn't know you guys were going, but I want to visit South Africa. That's like my next spot. So if I can get some information, I guess, what is it? The Real South Africa Tours
Right.
is the people to contact for the South Africa touring. Okay.
Yes, so you'll get contacts for all of the speakers by the end of the summit, and you'll be able to work and connect directly with them. And they'll be great if you want to do like your own tour individually. They'll set you up. When I traveled with them, I traveled solo, and it was a beautiful experience.
Okay.
I highly recommend, and I think you'll definitely enjoy them.
Okay, very cool. Just wanted to say hi. And I probably will see you in October.
Yes, good to see you.
Okay,
Yay,
I might have an outfit like this one for you.
Oh yes, you remember how you had me? I had you going through the town looking for that one little shop just for that one dress I saw the day before. Yeah,
right.
Yes, beautiful place, you guys. You should visit it if you're thinking about Tanzania. It is gorgeous. Trust me. All right.
Thank you.
See you guys later.
All right.
Lovely testimonials.
I know, it's so nice to always see somebody who has traveled with us come back and say, that's the goal. That's the goal. That is definitely the goal. To just make sure, like, for me, when it comes to Tanzania is dear to heart for me because of my mom. Again, my mom like embedded this thing of love. Just you must love your country and you must honor it. So when we are able to do these various experiences, and the person is like, yes, I went there and I was like, I did this and I remember this, and I was like, oh my God, they felt it in their hearts. Usually that's a check for me, that somebody had like a really, really good time. But Shalita, it was amazing hosting you. And we humbled.
Because we have time. So let's talk a little bit about just you and I and that business relationship, because we met at a restaurant randomly. I was following you on Instagram, and I knew I had met another African American woman who was in your artist residency program. And she was, what I remember most was she was like, my landlord is Tanzanian, but she lives half of the time in America. So she has access to all the best mattresses. Because if you lived in Tanzania, you know that there's a firmness in the mattresses to Tanzania. And so I remember her saying that about you. And then we met a few months later at a restaurant, connected on Instagram, but it was probably a year until we actually sat down and started strategizing a trip.
Right.
And then another year for us actually executing it. Right. And then drama and immigration for me, because this journey as a foreigner to the continent is there's a process, right? I don't like to call it hard. I don't like to call it challenging. It's just a process. But I was unable to travel at that time to Zanzibar, and Justa, having a relationship with her for not even, I think at that point it was about 2 years.
Right.
And April, who you all will meet tomorrow, who I actually have never actually met in person, facilitated this tour with our group, was able to get the president's office, Zanzibar involved. The mayor came and opened and welcomed the guests. And to hear just this beautiful feedback. It was a match made in heaven, but also a testament to the fact that this is about relationship building. Business in Africa, and no matter where you are, it's about relationship building. It's about strategy and patience, and flexibility. And these ladies, Justa included, did not have to execute with the level of excellence that she did, as well as, April. And so that was just a reminder for me to share gratitude with you, Justa, for just this is what you do tourism, and you were amazing to work with. And I'm just honored to have you just continue to be in my community, and to have this friendship that we're growing, as well as a professional relationship that we're growing in. It's been so fun. So sorry, y'all, I'm having a love affair with everybody.
You're having moments. I mean, it was, I mean, when we found out that you wasn't gonna come, it was like, oh, okay, so what are we doing next? It's like, okay, we know you're not coming, but we have to move this boat has to sail, but how do we sell it? Like, please give us like as much. You did amazingly great job as the person who, like, you were the brain behind all of this. So we are the bodies. We're not just the bodies, but we are the bodies who were helping to move the ship. But without the brains, I mean, without you being there to be able to guide us along, I think it would have been harder. So like, I want to thank you for just being, you know what? I'm physically not here, but I'm here, and we're gonna rock this.
Yeah.
But then that's how business nowadays is. Business is almost like you actually don't. Maybe sometimes you might not have to meet the person, especially if you're doing a continental kind of business where you might have to get into a Zoom. You cannot be flying into Tanzania every single time to make things happen. Even for me in the tourism industry, I don't have to be in Tanzania all the time to make sure the clients are on the move, on the go. Like right now, I have a lot. I have like 4 clients who are in Zanzibar right now. I'm not in Zanzibar, I'm in Dar Es Salaam, but like everything is moving and everything is going. So business as usual, and making sure we were there as the people to carry out everything. That's our job to do, and we made sure that we made everybody look good. We are there for that, and we'll implement as much as you give us. So thank you for that direction and being such a good leader. That when we had the news, we were like, and then 2 seconds later, it's like, okay, we got this. He's there virtually. We got this. So
yes, I was trying to figure it out for weeks. I mean, I was hesitant to share for like a month, and I was like, okay, gotta share. But it was amazing. Thank you so much. It's been a great journey. So we got some questions. Cicely asks, how many New Yorkers do you bring to Tanzania annually? Do you know?
Oh my God. I think I stopped counting. I usually know, like, we do have a lot, because like we are based in New York and also in Tanzania, but like we speak to a lot of New Yorkers about our trips, and I don't even know, but like usually our goal is to bring altogether is 500 people into Tanzania annually. And it might seem such a small goal, but it's a lot happening. Each month hosting like 2 or 3 groups where it's very intimate, very detailed, very customized is a lot. So we have hosted like a lot of people. I don't keep count. The only time I know that we have hosted a lot of people in New York is when I go back to New York and everybody's like, just that. Oh my God, I remember this trip. You look at the person, you're like, wait. Yes, I remember you. That's kind of like a testimonial that says it's working and you're doing a good job. So
wonderful. Any other questions in the chat? Anybody else want to come up and ask a question? I know we've got some folks backstage. Devone, Akili, LaTanya, you guys are backstage. I'm not sure if you want to ask a question. If so, do me a favor and just turn on your screen, turn on your camera so that I know that you want to ask a question. No, I don't see any other questions in the chat. Well, we can keep going. We can definitely keep going. So can we talk about, this year is election year in Tanzania.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is this having any impact on tourism from your perspective or your experience?
From my perspective, I mean, Tanzania has always been a peaceful country. And even during elections, they're done in a peaceful way. So looking at our history, I would assume everything should go smooth. With this election coming up, and it's a re-election for our president. So I would assume it will be a smooth, from our history. We never had a war or anything like that, or any civil war or anything. So my assumption is like it should be the same way too. That's just my assumption.
Absolutely. I'd agree. So we do have a question from Trey Parks. He asked, for someone brand new to investing in tourism, what kind of tourism should he consider investing in? What's your feedback on
that? For somebody who's new, so I will start out with just kind of like the standard tourism, which is included in learning, and that's also the way you will be learning. Like when it comes to safaris, like being like a tour operator or like a travel agent, to kind of be able to learn about the industry. And then once you kind of like, okay, you see how the industry works and you see where the missing gap is, that's when you could divert and go into that specific thing. Let me say, for example, if you are really good in adventure and you think there's a certain hike that needs to happen, and you could be able to multiply it to become a huge business where it includes like zip lining and all of these activities that are included, then you could divert yourself and go in those manners. But it's really good to kind of, which I did myself too, to kind of learn the basic of what tourism is in Tanzania, what it's all about, and doing business in those aspects. And then you find a specialty to go into. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, again, if it's a new industry that you haven't gone into, somebody telling you what opportunities exist may not line up with your interests, right? So if it's motorsport, or it's water sports, or it's agritourism, or it's investor tourism, or it's cultural or spiritual tourism or retreats, I think it makes sense to absolutely. And our next speaker is really going to talk about the wellness oasis and the opportunity for wellness and retreats on the continent, because she's been a part of several, she's hosted several, she'll be hosting more. So we'll get into a little bit of that in the following. But yeah, personal and professional development. I want to say that I advise folks not necessarily to do something brand new when coming to Africa. Like, bring the skills that you've acquired over your lifetime, because you'll spin your wheels trying to learn and understand parts of the industry that could take time. I mean, I'd say I never was into tourism as a business, as an industry. It became something that I naturally kind of flowed into, as I just wanted to share the continent with the diaspora. Like, I just wanted to show everyone what I was experiencing through the luxury lens, as well as through the cultural lens, and everything in between. And so it just became a natural progression. But I'm also not taking it all myself. Like, I'm working with experts, people that do this. And my passion in sharing the experiences, that's it. That's what I bring to the table, is my ability to share, communicate, essentially market these opportunities. But I partner with experts in this space. So if being brand new, look for somebody that's already doing what you are inspired to do, and support them with the skills that you have, whether it's project management, whether it's communication, digital marketing, strategic relationships, sponsors. If you have those skills, you can partner with somebody that is doing the thing that you are inspired by, and team up. Like, there's nothing like collaboration. We are in a time of collaboration, especially in this space, right? Because we're returning to the continent, we're learning, we're relearning. This is as much of a spiritual journey as it is mental. Y'all hear me talk about that all the time. And in that process, like, we don't reinvent, we don't take extra time bumping our head and going through, because you're gonna have road bumps along the way. So let that be in just the transition, not necessarily in starting an entirely new business venture in an industry that you know nothing about.
Right.
In
So
a new country.
There's other thing within the tourism industry what I came to learn is there's different touch points. And again, like I said previously, a client is almost like a baton, and there's different steps that they have to go through to get to the certain point. For the safari, they need tour guides, they need the vehicles, they need the food, they need somewhere to sleep, they need, like, there's so many tiny touch points where you could figure out, where do I want my business to be? Once you understand the basics of the tourism industry, you could find that touch point of like, what is my strength, just like how Ashley said, and then you could combine it. It's like, what part of the tourism chain should I be a part of? And that's another way how you could be able to kind of figure out where you belong within just the whole tourism industry, and then specify to the various countries that you're also interested in.
Awesome. So we have a question from backstage, LaTanya McPherson.
Oh my goodness. Oh, first of all, hi, Ashley. I just want to say to you, I love you. I've been listening to you for a long time. I'm telling you, you've inspired me. And I know that all the people that are in this chat now, they resonate on your frequency. And because of you, I did start, and I wanted to be respectful. I didn't want to come here promoting my business without getting your approval first. But I did start a tour business in Tanzania. And my focus was, just like you said, when you travel, and I've been there several times, I'm in love with Tanzania specifically, and that's going to be my focus. And so we're doing we've met April. I met with April. And so I've started it, and my first tour is actually in July. And we're going to, thank you so much. And my niche, I built some relationships with different people because my niche, what I want to do is bring people to invest and buy properties. So my marketing niche is African Americans who make anywhere from $50 to $2 million per year. This is my marketing, my group. And so I'm bringing them there for business opportunities and to invest. And they're all interested in purchasing properties. So I've already been there and talked to people. But what I want to say, I really want to tell Ashley, I mean, what I'm doing is because of you. And
wow.
I don't want to cry, but I'm
Y'all can have me crying up here.
I'm very serious. You don't really realize, I don't think, and I know everything. I'm a woman of faith, and I believe in the Most High. And I just know nothing happens by accident. You starting this channel, people sewing and being inspired to move and create. And when I see all that is happening in Africa, it's like, I feel like what was the guy, John the Baptist in the wilderness? Like, you trying to tell everybody, come, you know? So I think it's a spiritual thing. And when I talk to people, even when I met April, it was like everybody's resonating on a certain frequencies. And you talk about being humble. And I have several businesses in the state. I have a law practice that I've had over 20 years. I'm licensed in New York. So I do a lot of things. I'm a real estate broker. So I have a lot, and I had a travel agency. So what I'm doing, y'all might not know it. I don't know how I look on this camera, but I'm going.
You look good.
I'm on the other side now. So I'm trying to retire out of my business. I love travel. I love people, and I love culture. And I wanted to leave America for over 30 years. I've been talking about this to my family, and it was like, why don't you do it already? But you know, everything has a set time, right? So it was my time. So I'm trying to parlay now my retirement into bringing people to Tanzania. That's just my heart. That's where God led me. I know that continent is huge, but this is where I'm been led to. So I just want to, I wanted to first pay homage to Ashley, because her energy, her spirit has just went out across the universe, and it's touching so many people and inspiring so many people. And I know great things are going to come, and great things will continue to come to you. And I'm doing some things and bigger things because I have a brother who's actually in the TV side of things. So we're doing things, but eventually I'd like to get a TV show and really push Africa and the continent. So at that point, I'm going to have each of you, you know, if you want to, that's up to you, but I want to give you that exposure, large, you know, so much bigger. And so that's something I'm planning and I've been working on. I'm working on right now because I loved HTTV, and I kept saying, how come they never show any places in Africa to move? You know, why everywhere else, but they don't show anything. So I'm trying to get that established and bring that to the forefront. That's what God has placed on my heart and given me with my skill set. So anyway, I don't want to belabor and keep going on.
Thank you.
Business is called Smooth Move Africa. .com, and I want to reach out to all of your people and see how, like you said, everything is about partnership, and it's enough for everybody. And I really want to push other people up, you know, and I want to expose all of you to the world in a bigger way. So that's what I'm working on, and I will be in touch. Thank you so much, Ashley.
Let's connect.
For your love. Because everything that comes from you emanates from a great intent and love. You know, everything you're doing, you can feel that. And so I don't know why I'm going on. I want to shut up so people can talk, but I'm going to reach out to you, and thank you so much for giving me this time.
Yes. Thank you, LaTanya. Please put your business in the chat so people can connect with you. And thank you for asking your backstage. I saw your comment when you posted it, but I'm happy. Please share your business in the chat. Absolutely. That's what we're here to do, network and collaborate.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for your kind words.
Thank you. I mean it from my heart.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Kenneth backstage. Let me bring him up. Hi, Kenneth. Welcome.
Hi, everyone. How's everyone doing? My name is Kenneth McLaurin. I'm here in Atlanta, Georgia, US. I don't have really a question, more of a comment. I just want to commend you on your love and enthusiasm for Tanzania. I actually have a friend that just went for vacation in Zanzibar and had a great time. And it's funny, I went to South Africa. I went to Cape Town actually for my 30th. I wanted to bring my 30th birthday in on the motherland about 4 years ago? Well, almost 5 because I've turned 35 this year. But wanted to bring it in on the motherland, and I made a vow to myself that every year I would visit a different African country. And COVID stalled that. But Tanzania was definitely on the bucket list. I work in government and public health, and a woman that's on my team is actually from Tanzania. We talk about, and we talk about, you know, the gems in Tanzania and how beautiful it is, and you know, just hearing your story and hearing you, you know, just be so elaborate on it was just very insightful and informative. So I want to commend you on that, and really just broadening horizons of, you know, of Black Americans, because I'm a native of Mississippi, and unfortunately, a lot of my a vast majority of my family have never even left the state. So they come to Atlanta and think it's like Wakanda. They, you know, love it. And yeah, they've never gone to the continent. So, you know, awareness is everything, and exposure is everything as well. And you're doing a very good job. And Ashley, I commend you as well. I look at Black American aspects on YouTube, and you popped up in my feed like a couple of months ago randomly, and I subbed, and I love the work that you ladies are doing. I always say that women are primitive. Women, you guys set the standard. We men could not function properly without you all. And yeah, and I'm so excited to connect with you all and to, network. I'm developing my own skincare line entitled Evolution Skincare Skin by Ken.
Yes, skin, because the skin is giving. Okay.
Yes, and I want to. It's funny. One of my best friends was saying that, man, since your love for Africa is so vast, you should find a way to connect. And that's that funny thing. I'm actually attending a summit to get and garner as much information as I can to hit the ground running. So yeah, so I love it. So congratulations to you all, and I love the fact that you guys have developed a community as well for us to have a platform where we can collaborate and we can bounce ideas off of one another and just create meaningful dialogue. That's very, very important. So
awesome. Thank you so much, Kenneth. You're going to enjoy tomorrow. We've got some folks speaking about agriculture and exporting. And so all of the resources for skin, hair, food, everything is here on the continent, right? So there'll be some really amazing conversations around the natural ingredients for creating your skincare line, where that might look best, production, opportunity for importing and exporting. You'll get a lot of that tomorrow. So thank you so much for coming up. I want to make sure we've got about 5 more minutes for questions. But thanks for joining us, Kenneth. Thanks for your kind words and support. Thank you. Okay, so there was a question from Witness Divine. Someone was asking how much money they could expect to make doing a retreat in Tanzania. Can you answer that, Justa?
Yeah, I could try answering it.
Okay.
So it would depend on how the trip is kind of like planned out and what kind of value we are adding into the trip and how much you're contributing to the adding on to the value of the trip. So that's, of course, separating the accommodations and all the other things. It's just the creativity that goes into how we put together the retreat. So that's, I think the more value that you are able to add in, the more results you could get out of it. But if you just make it, oh yeah, you're going to this hotel, that's it. Anybody could book that particular hotel and go stay there, but it depends on the value that you add in. Number wise, it would depend. Let me say, for example, I'll put it probably in percentages, which is probably even for like a typical business going from like, let me say on the lower end, which is like a 5%, or like you're going all the way to 20%. If you get 30%, that is great. If you get 50%, you are probably doing a lot of the work yourself and everything. That's how you're getting that. But like, make sure you at least get like at least the return of like 10 to like 15 or 20% of the work that you're putting in.
That's good, because those percentages are important. And I'd say after doing the first summit in Zanzibar, I love that everyone had a fabulous time. It was a learning experience for me in pricing, in marketing, in all of that, because it initially in the first year, it was about a break even for me, and a little under, right? But that is expected in business, right? It takes money to make money. So you have to try, you have to see how it goes in the beginning. And then those lessons you learn are valuable, because then you can do better and prepare better for the next one. So it really just takes shooting your shot and being okay with whatever the outcome is, but with the intention of making sure that your customers are satisfied and pleased, because then they'll be the champions for your next one, as you got to experience with Chalita.
Yeah, the great thing about, sorry, I just want to add on, the great thing about like tourism, it does sometimes, it depends what you're doing, but like sometimes it doesn't require high capital to go into it. Depends on what you're doing. So like, for example, with the tours, it just requires a lot of your time to kind of the discovery and all of that. But when it comes to like capital upfront, it's not like, oh yeah, you need like $20,000 so you could be able to get this much. No, it's the energy that you're going to put in, and then you get the results of that energy into those particular percentages that way. That's how I see it.
I agree. So we got a question from Shanna. I read it because it was pretty long. And essentially she's asking, how hard is it? And when you say down there, I don't know where you mean, because you're saying you're working with someone in North Africa. So I'm assuming you're meaning sub-Saharan Africa, for a foreign woman without a male representative or partner to get things done. And no, your question, I get it. And I'll answer just because Justa is Tanzanian, although she is, bicontinental, and she may be able to even back this up a little bit. So depending on the market, right? So Tanzania for me was a bit of a challenge to do business. One, mostly because of the language. Like, I knew enough to be conversational, to like get what I needed in the form of food, transportation, items in a store, but not necessarily conversational in the forms of business. Now, most business officials do speak English, so that's really not an issue. But culturally, it's a very traditional society. And so there were certain ways of communication, forms of communication, like process and procedures, introductions, dinners, meetings that would need to happen before there would be anything done. Now, over a period of time, I made relationships with Justa as well as April, who have both spent time in the US. So they understood me in a way that many other Tanzanians didn't, but they also taught me a lot in those ways and showed me the way so that I could do things properly with their help and with their support. So, I mean, now being in South Africa, it's a bit different. It's a bit more progressive, a bit more liberal. And, women leadership, it's, a lot more, I think, in line with how things look professionally in the US. But there are still cultural traditions that you must adhere to. So the best bet, and it seems like you are doing that, you are working with a partner. I'd say, how much time are you spending with that partner? How much in communication are you in with that partner? How much time are you spending in said country? All of those things really matter. However, 3 years is really not that long in Africa time. I mean, there are deals that could take 5 years, 10 years, but they're multi-million-dollar deals. So, Shana, one of the things we talked about, strategy and patience, that is required when doing business on the continent. So I hope that was helpful. Justa, how can people contact you outside of seeing you at the summit in October in Zanzibar? How can they get connected with you?
I mean, you can only get me at the summit. That's it. You could find us Curious on Tanzania. If you Google it or you type it on Instagram or anything like that, it's Curious on Tanzania. And I should be able to reply back to you. But Instagram is probably the easiest way. Just type in Curious on Tanzania, or email, which is travel@curiousontanzania.com. Or you can reach out to us on our website, which is, everything is just curiousontanzania.com. You can find us there. So, yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you, Justa, so much for joining. I can't wait to see you. I know I'll be seeing you soon.
Yes, I can't wait. Yeah. Yes, I am excited.
So much fun. Thank you for joining. I'm sure everyone got so much value from you, and everyone, you will get her websites and social media as well in your inbox by the end of the summit. So thanks, Justa.
Thank you so much. See ya. Bye.
Bye. Wonderful. Y'all trying to make me cry up here. This is a lot. I am so grateful. Wow, this is amazing. So I know there were some questions, guys. If the question isn't pertaining to the industry that we're talking about, and I know many people have questions around immigration, right? So we're going to talk about that. We'll get into that a bit tomorrow with some of the attorneys that will give you the legal and regulatory environment advice, because that is what they know, that is what they do. And if your industry is not specific to the one that we're talking about, please, be patient with me, just so that I can make sure that the questions that we're asking our experts are specific to their knowledge, so that we're allowing them to give you guys as much value as possible. So I hope you are enjoying it. This has been so exciting. We're going to bring up our next and final guest for the day, talking about all things tourism, travel, meeting and events, personal and professional development. Our next speaker is also a friend. Started out really, like, I started out as kind of a student. Lo, the Pan-African Priestess. She is the founder of Black Lotus Wellness, a holistic health brand that provides services, tools, and supplements for living a more connected and purposeful life. She's an herbal alchemist, tea enthusiast, and practice psychedelic facilitator. Lo splits her time between Atlanta, Georgia, and East Africa, activating the healing and liberation of Black and Indigenous folks throughout transformative psychedelic experiences. Okay, I just got goosebumps. Welcome, Lo.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hey. Let me make sure I'm in here. Peace. How are y'all doing? Hey, boo. Okay.
I broke out the new situation for you.
That's cute. I like this. This is cute.
It's cute, right?
It is. It's very cute. Thank you.
Welcome. So again, guys, this is all about collaboration, business, lifestyle, living. It's about connecting. As our dear sister said earlier, I feel like we all, and I think this is more of a knowing, we're all in alignment, on the same vibration, with the intention and love for the continent and our people. Lo, the Pan-African Princess, is all about that. So she's going to give you so much, probably shift your understanding or your understanding and your awareness. And so I'll be back a little bit later to ask you some questions. So everyone enjoy. You're in for a beautiful treat.
Hey. I hope everyone's doing well today. It's a little bit rainy and chilly where I'm at. I'm just closing out the end of my first winter in the U.S. in almost 4 years, and so it has not been delightful, but you know what, it's cool. So it's a little chilly here though. I feel like it's affecting me. So before we get started, she already introduced me. So I'm Lo, aka the Pan-African Princess, the Pan-African Priestess, Lotus, Lolo. I am a traveling medicine woman and am very passionate about all things Black folks, all things Africa, all things us, and all things medicine and healing. And so, with regard to that and with reverence to the work that I do, I love for us to start with just a deep breath and taking a couple moments of stillness and of silence. I know there's been a lot of information given to you today. I know our minds are working. We're excited. It's so much going on. So I just want to get us grounded and get myself grounded. And so if you wouldn't mind just rolling your shoulders back a little bit, allowing your body to loosen up, removing your tongue from the roof of your mouth, closing your eyes just for a second, letting your jaw fall slack. And I want you to slowly take in a really deep breath through your nose. And as you take in this breath, imagine that you're drawing the breath all the way from the tip of your toes through your body, into your chest, into your heart. I want you to hold that breath just for a few seconds and slowly release through your mouth. Let's try 2 more of those. Really slow, long, deep breath through your nose, drawing the air all the way from the tips of your toes and through your whole body. And with this last breath, as you draw in the air, I want you to imagine that you're drawing in breath for all of us connected, the diaspora, those in the continent, like the global Pan-African community. We're drawing in the breath of all of us and expanding our heart to encompass everything that encompasses. And as we hold that breath, just imagine that we're all holding it together, all of us, all Black people united, all the global Pan-African community united, drawing that breath together for all of us. Hold it for all of us. And release. Okay, we're here. So I'm going to start off with just telling you a little bit about my background on the continent, my background, just in medicine, and kind of my agenda, because we all have an agenda. There are those that are here to make money, shmoney. There are those that are, truly here for the reconciliation and the rebuilding of us as a Pan-African community. There are those of us who've never touched the continent, and they're ready, they're getting ready, they're here, grabbing the tools and doing what they need to do to make that first move. There are those of us that are here in this space that are looking for better places to raise our children and build a family, and many other things. And so I'm going to tell you a little bit about my agenda and just my background. So I love travel. I've been in 6 African countries so far, lived in one, Tanzania, have been to multiple countries multiple times, Ethiopia and Kenya, in addition to Tanzania, and then other countries for visits like Morocco, Zambia, and Ghana. And I'll be returning back shortly and doing a lot more work and a little bit of a tour through West Africa. So I'll be visiting Togo, Benin, Ivory Coast, and spending more time in Ghana with my community and my fam there. So I'm very excited about that. Africa is everything. And I love that. I believe Ashley was one of the first other people that I heard say that. And I say that on so many levels. It is everything. It has everything. Everything comes from the continent. It's everything, and it has been a major shift spending time in African countries and on African land with African communities, learning languages, eating food, learning history, exploring has been a major shift in my life, the way I see myself, the way I identify, and the way I see the world. Every other place I've traveled, from Asia to South America, any other communities that I've been in, I interact differently and see them differently because of Africa. So my first trip to Africa was really funny. It came as the result of a breakup and a fashion show. My first trip out of the country. So my first trip out of the country of the US was to Costa Rica in 2015. Totally opened my mind. First time I've been out of the country, and being there, I was in a rural part of Costa Rica and doing a lot of work there, working with children, building stuff. I was up in the mountains. And it also was the first time I saw Spanish people dang near my complexion. And just any other dark people, brown people that weren't, Jamaican, Black American, or maybe African, or West African specifically. And so it was really eye-opening. And I took a lot from that trip to Costa Rica. The 2 major things were, I want to continue, I knew that, from there, I knew that my life was going to involve traveling around the world, touching different lands, and helping people, helping Black, brown, and indigenous folk, helping people, sewing into them, building, doing whatever I could, service, right? And then the second thing I knew was that the next place I touched had to be Africa. That experience there let me know that it was no longer, I could not play anymore. The next place that I was going to go was going to be Africa. And so I began planning even then, what could I do? Looking at different programs, looking at ways to go. I've always been very curious about other cultures. If you talk to people in my family, they'll tell you how if I've been around anyone from a different culture, I'm always trying to speak their language. I love music that sounds different, exotic foods, spicy foods. I've always been a person it's easy for me to travel and go. and explore and to be somewhere different. And so it wasn't like a fear at all of that. It was just like logistics, like how do I get there? How do I do this? And so fast forward to 2017, and I'm gonna tell you why the breakup is important too. So fast forward to 2017, I was living in Nashville, and at this time, probably about 80 to 90% of my friends were African, primarily Nigerian, primarily West African, a few Cameroonians, and then a small little portion actually Tanzanian. So I was dating a Nigerian guy, and in his engineering lab, he was the only Nigerian. Everyone else were Tanzanians. And that was like my first experience with Tanzanian people and like culture, because I'd be in that lab like every day hanging out with them after my classes. And so and that was just the first, I think, two kind of idea of East Africa outside of Ethiopia. And so long story short, we did not make it. My Nigerian boo and I, he's a good friend to this day, but at that time we ended up breaking up. The breakup resulted in me having some extra funds in my account that I did not have. That's key because it was those funds that funded my first trip, which ended up being to Tanzania. And how the show played a role was when I had that extra money in my account. Shout out to my old boo. But I knew, I was like, oh my God, this is the year I'm taking the trip. It was the year I turned 30. I was like, this is the year I'm taking the trip. I'm going to Africa. Did not know where. Of course, Nigeria would seem, like the logical place to go. I had a bunch of Nigerian friends. My community was mostly Nigerian, but it just wasn't where it didn't hit, and I'd rather go there when I had a friend going home or someone there. And so I started looking at programs to apply to, all these things. And Tanzania had not even come up for me as a place to travel initially. So I was also very into African fashion at that time. And I was also very much into African fashion at that time. And I ended up going to a fashion show, and really dope artists and designers from all over the continent. Like, it was crazy. There was one particular rack and exhibit that I was really drawn to. I'm like, the dresses were gorgeous, everything. I began talking to the representative who was there, and she was telling me that, this brand, it's Nashona. Nashona means to sew in Swahili. And our founder, our owner, is Tanzanian. And I was telling her, I don't know, we just got in casual conversation. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to Africa, this summer. She was like, where? I was like, I don't know yet, but I'm going. All I know is that I had September off from everything, like my corporate job, my other job from school. I had a month, a little over a month, and I had money. And I knew I was going. And so as we're talking, she was like, you need to connect to our founder, like our owner. She was like, you guys would just get along. You have a similar personality. And she takes people to Tanzania like twice a year, like people from her church. She was like, I think the next trip is coming up. I don't know if it'll align, but you should talk to her. She gave me Lillian's number, Lillian Daniele, the owner and founder of Nashona. We talked that first night for maybe 3 hours, cried, laughed, talked. It was like we were long lost sisters. And it was Lillian who was like, girl, you going to Tanzania. She was like, book your ticket. I'll handle everything else. I have someone pick you up from the airport. I'm going to connect you with this lady, this pastor, these people, this. And that was how that was the gateway for me and my connection to Africa through Tanzania. And so much happened since then. I want to keep this time concise, but and I'll fast forward a little bit. So that initial trip was beautiful. It was during the initial trip where I experienced Moshi, Rombo, Mwanga, Marangu, Karatu, where I spent significant amount of time, mostly in Moshi and Karatu. I stayed with a pastor and his family who, took me in. And in that first, it was like a little over a month and a week, that first trip, I experienced so many dynamics from the like huts, outside of Kyereboah, out there, the Maasai groups, like, to really beautiful, like, many mansions and well-built houses in the outskirts of Moshi, like where the pastor lived, to very much like jungle environment in Morango and Mwanga, like living in the bush on the mountain. You know what I'm saying? Like getting introduced to the foods and fruits and the styles of preparing food and things that were specific kind of to like each of those areas. The different Swahili, of course, and the different like nuances of Swahili from Arusha to Moshi to Rombo, you know what I'm saying? And the different people, learning about the different tribes and different ethnic groups of Tanzania, especially in northern Tanzania, between Arusha region and Kilimanjaro region. I traveled on motorcycles, on buses, in cars, I walked, and it was just a very full experience. You know, I was in different types of demographics, I experienced different types of spiritual beliefs and spiritual practices within that first month and a week. And I also met the guy who would become my future boo and who was like this tourism guru, you know, and introduced me to the world of tourism in Tanzania and became kind of like my backstage pass, you know, my passport to TZ, and showed me a bunch of other things when I moved there 4 months later. So long story short, I came back after that trip and I was like, oh, I'm out of here. I was like, I'm gone. I came back, started making plans to pack up my stuff in the US. And February 5th, 2018, I moved to Tanzania for the first time. And yeah, that year, you know, that I spent here was powerful. You know, I got really involved in, yeah, you know, the background of the tourism industry, because that was a major industry then. And a lot of people that I was affiliated with and knew that's what they did, different styles of tourism too. There was a lot of voluntourism and a lot of work that I was involved in that was more on the nonprofit side. You know, and then there was, you know, safaris, and I went to the different national parks, and it was amazing. It was amazing, you know, and I learned more Swahili in that 1 year than I probably have learned since then, and was speaking probably a good 60% Swahili because I was around a lot of folks that did not speak English, you know, and so, and again, majority of that time was spent all in northern Tanzania. I went to visited Dar maybe a couple times, mostly for shopping and to see to see my partner's family, but I was mostly in northern Tanzania, and then Dodoma a little bit where his parents lived. But it was amazing, you know, it was amazing. During that time between 2017 and 2018, I probably saw 5 other diasporans, Black Americans, or 5 other non-Tanzanian Black folks between 2 years. And one of the things that was really hard for me was to like see, in combination with the absence of us in our presence, was a very strong presence of non-melanated folks. That was a very hard thing to witness, emotionally and just like, yeah, like mentally, physically. And it was deep, you know, and, you know, even 2017, I came back with this very like high spirited energy of like, Black folks need to be in Africa. How come there's so many goddamn white folks in Africa? Like they running shit over there. This is crazy. You know, it's 2017 and I'm moving back, like trying to get everybody on board. They was just like, did you see any lions? You know what I'm saying? Do they sleep in the tree? You know, and so it has been quite a journey over the last several years. I want to move a little bit forward, but this is a really important piece because my initial introduction to the continent and that those initial years have totally shaped the way that I move in Africa, period, and that I've moved in Tanzania and in Kenya, which is where the majority of my experience in Africa has been. It has shaped the way I communicate with folks, the way I think, like I said, even traveling any other place. And so I love to talk about that and to tell a little bit of that story because it's formative. And anything that I continue to do will be through that lens and from that foundation. You know, to this day, majority of my network in Tanzania are Tanzanians. Majority of the people I call family, the places that I go, are, it's Tanzanians, and it's been beautiful over the more recent years, seeing a lot more of us, a lot more diasporans come there, move there, shatter those barriers. But that has also been emotional, and it also has its its drawbacks, and there's been another side of that, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit, that I think is important as we are now encouraging and, creating platforms like this to facilitate the transition of more of us, more diasporans onto the continent, that we really kind of assess and use this time to shape and kind of to shape the lens through which we're going to approach moving forward. So, yeah. Is there anything else I want to say about that? I think that's good. And so if you have questions about that, of course, we'll have a little bit of time. So I have some notes here just to keep me focused and to help keep me on time. So we're going to go through some of these. So as Ashley also mentioned, I work with medicine. I work primarily with psilocybin as well as other psychedelic and indigenous medicines. I facilitate ceremonies and retreats. I also do personal sessions, healing sessions, couple sessions. I provide workshops and educations around medicine. I've been working with mushrooms personally for about 22 years. I sat in my first ceremony when I was 14. It's really powerful work. I've had a myriad of experiences and growth with my relationship with medicine throughout, the last 22 years. And it's led me to this capacity, which has really blossomed over the last 7 years. Also, something that was kind of activated during my initial trip to the continent, the introduction and experience with local healing methods. And what that looks like. And having then since also traveled to South America and Asia, when you think of, in the US, when you think of alternative healing, or even if you think of psychedelics, ayahuasca and stuff like that, a lot of people automatically think of the Amazon in South America for psychedelics or entheogenic medicines. And then when you think of like alternative healing, they think Chinese medicine and Ayurveda. But there's a whole untapped world on the continent of healing methods and medicines, herbs, a lot of which I work with and a lot of which I've learned and am learning. Everything that I talk about, it's me learning and going through these things in real time. I'm no expert on anything. I have a vast amount of experience in certain areas, but I'm doing this life in real time. And I like to speak from real time too. And so, I'm always looking to learn more and to collaborate more with folks who are in this line of work too, and learning, and to share guidance and to share information too. But when it comes to medicine on the continent, I noticed that in a lot of conversations with other people who work with psychedelics or who work with these medicines, Africa is not a place that comes up in traditional medicine, outside of maybe Iboga and Gabon, which is a very specific medicine and culture, the Bwiti people in a very specific place. But with this work too, it has been, I would say, very transformational and full circle doing this work on the continent, according to just my agenda and my goals and those first experiences. One of the things that I think is extremely important, and I think this kind of happened naturally for me during those initial trips, is this idea of just kind of connecting and building relationships with the local community and with the land. Whether it's just learning more about the history of the countries that you're going to be visiting to, learning the language, the food, or making friends and going out of your way to make authentic connections. I feel like those things are essential, not only to having a really great experience, whether you're visiting or actually moving to those spaces, but in this process of kind of reconciliation. Being a person who works in wellness, I'm hyper aware of trauma and trauma response and triggers and these, the idea that a lot of us, especially the diaspora, I can say Africans, period, those born on the continent and not, are still operating from deep places of trauma and conditioning. And for those of us that are coming from outside going to the continent, it's really important to realize that not only, again, not only are we operating from our own traumas and conditioning and coming from a place where we have been extremely conditioned and just, done hella wrong and are every day over here still dealing with racism and just deep structural hate and oppression. We're going into a space that has its own history of trauma and its own history of oppression and pain. And those things come up. There's triggers that come up and things that happen as we go into these places on the continent. Different countries, it shows up differently in different countries, which is why, I like to talk about learn the history of that country. Different parts of Africa, as we know, were colonized by different people, have had their own types of, wars and genocides and their own kind of development from before colonialism and before those atrocities up until now. And as we're bringing our own energy too, there can be a lot of tension, and a lot of barriers that end up that become in place, but there's also a lot of opportunity for reconciliation, which is essential for us to be able to move forward. Whether we are talking about hosting retreats or doing business, investing, you can't do any of that without true and authentic relationships and connections. You can't do that if you haven't built a solid foundation. One thing that, I've worked really hard to avoid and am trying to make a focus in the way that I continue to move on the continent is this idea of being, in true investing, like true investing. So, when we think of investing, we think mostly about, a money aspect. You put some money in something happens, you get money out, right? And outside of money, but it's like that with energy and our time and our intention too. And we're coming into a place that a lot of us, especially diasporans, many times feel some type of entitlement to. We call it the motherland or our homeland, and this is where we belong and things like that. But there's still a level of respect and humility that is due to this land, and a certain amount of homage that needs to be paid to this land when we come to it. And I think that us, especially as Black folks, have a greater responsibility of coming and changing the way it looks like to do business and to make moves or to have these agendas on the continent. We have this responsibility to be stewards versus colonizers, and to really avoid being extractive, which has been a big part of even me, as I've transitioned from that initial honeymoon phase of just being there to actually creating different ventures or working with folks and getting into the building of spaces or hosting things, like how learning to not only not be extractive and avoid harm, which was kind of like phase one, sustainable tourism or travel or sustainable repatriation, to more so regenerative, and again, reconciliatory movement, meaning that I'm not just there to be able to tolerate the local community and learn how to navigate enough to do the things that I want to do. I want to go a step forward and understand how I can pour into the community, how I can be a part of the community, what I have to offer, as well as what I can receive, not just in terms of money, but experience and knowledge and energy, energetic exchange. And then once that foundation is created, how can we all go up from here? How can we all go up? How can whatever I choose to do, whatever I choose to build, for those of us who are looking into tourism, how can we do that in a way that's not only sustainable, but actually going to build up the community and make sure that we can continue to do that? One unfortunate thing about the continent and a lot of other places around the world that I travel is that tourism becomes, the main industry, and a lot of communities become very dependent on tourism for survival. And that's a very dangerous game. And that's something that has, you know, been going on for a really long time. And so for those of us, you know, that are here, that are on this call, on this in the summit right now, and who are going to be here over the next days, and those of us coming in these new years, we really need to come with a focus. Like, if we want to be pioneers and we call ourselves innovative, how can we do this differently? You know, how can we do this in a way that we are building up our global Pan-African community as a whole? And, you know, yes, a lot of us have, you know, mouths to feed, and, you know, we're trying to build our brands and things like that. But if that is like the guiding focus, at some point there will be, you know, we're going to eliminate opportunities, and we're going to, you know, beat and extracted everything there is to get, and, you know, like other people have done on the continent. And then there's no foundation for us to continue to derive fruit from and abundance from. And so when we approach with this idea of focusing on the foundation and focusing on the land and pouring energy and love into the land and connecting to the land, connecting to the people, and giving all we can, we will always be abundant. We will always be able to receive. We will always have a home. That is something that I pride myself on. And, you know, and I don't say that arrogantly, but almost everywhere I've traveled, especially, you know, in Africa, I have a home. I have a place I can go right now that I don't have to pay for, where I'm going to sleep and be fed. I've had someone who's looked me in my eye and say, you have a home here. And I don't take that lightly, and I don't take that for granted. And that's the way I want to move. I want to be able to do that anywhere I go. I want people to experience me as a blessing when I enter into these lands. You know, and I know a lot of that, again, has to do with the work that I do in the space that I'm in all the time, of wellness and of healing and, you know, of Black liberation, you know, moving with this energy of, you know, of building us back up and empowering us and doing what we can. But I believe that that needs to be the baseline energy for anyone coming to the continent. I'm protective over Africa. I wanted to say protective AF, but I'm like, okay, we're on the summit. Let me be respectful. But I don't play, you know, about Africa, and I don't play about Black folks, you know, and I've seen a lot over these last couple years. A lot of behaviors and energies and mindsets that are very troublesome, you know, very sad, and a lot of things being done to Black folks at the hand of Black folks as it concerns to repatriation to the continent. And it hurts, you know, it hurts, but I recognize the ignorance, I recognize the conditioning, and, you know, my way forward is to just, spread awareness and do what I can to facilitate spaces that allow for true connections. Ashley and a few other sisters joined me in Kenya in December of 2022, and it was really dope. And I heard from them. I was just talking to one of the sisters that joined me the other day. They kept talking about how they were so overwhelmed. Ashley didn't get to come, so I hosted this event called The Exchange in Nairobi. And so it was my Kenyan friends, which made up people from actual indigenous Kenyans to born in Somalia Kenyans, Ethiopian Kenyan, Indian Kenyan. It was my Kenyan friends and my friends from the US, though some of them lived on the continent, and new people I met from the US. And so all these Black folks with different ethnicities, different groups were all together in the space. And I facilitated some exercises. Then we shared stories, we shared food, we asked deep questions about our communication, about connection. We were able to have a safe space where you could address stereotypes like, so, you know, in the US, do y'all really, you know, do this? And just like everyone was able to share, people came away so nourished. And one of my sisters, she just brought that up the other day, again, that space and how that was so new for her, and she had never experienced anything like that even here in the US. And so how she was saying something along the lines of, that should be a thing that happens like everywhere in Africa between African and Black folks, and you need to do that regularly. And, you know, I've done other things like that, but that was really dope. And I think, again, it's just like, if we are to move forward in whatever we're doing, on the continent, whatever our industry is, whatever type of business we're trying to do, whatever type of way we want to make money, it has to be from a place of reconciliation, regeneration, authentic connection, and just, building a really strong foundation in those spaces. It has to be through a lens of wellness, of wholeness. I'm gonna take a look at my notes because I've been kind of flowing, but I just want to make sure there's some things that see what I may have missed, and then I do want to talk a little bit more about retreats, because someone did ask a question about retreats too. Yeah. And then I guess too, another thing of talking about just kind of the trauma and the communication is one thing I really seek to eliminate is kind of this us versus them mentality, and I know that it is perpetuated by, I don't want to say both sides, by all sides, I know that it has been something that has been facilitated and initiated by people who don't look like us, whether we're talking about Rwanda, whether we're talking about the Yoruba and the Igbo in West Africa, whether we're talking about Tigray, it has been something that people from outside have come and like sowed those seeds of divisiveness. And it worked, it worked to this day, even during those years where I was living in Nashville, and the majority of my friend group and the majority of the people I spent the time with were West Africans and Nigerians, there would always be this feeling, they would talk about things and say them or, they, and I would be like, nigga, I'm them, I'm they, you know what I'm saying? And well, but you're different, and stuff like that. And just kind of this, it was just really just a strong idea of us versus them from both sides saying the same thing, well, they don't like us, or they think they're better than us, or they're this and they're, they that. It's 2024. We cannot move like that. I feel like enough of us have had a little bit of awareness, and there's a growing awareness of different types of, of understanding of cultures, as there's, this blend coming from music, from food, and more Black folks traveling to the continent. But I think, even moving and operating there, yes, it's great to have people who understand you and that you feel like you can connect to when it comes to, like being a diasporan or being a Black American or someone from the UK and doing business and operating there in TZ. It's cool to have those groups, those chats, and to have friends, that you can hang out with, that you feel like you can communicate with. But I really challenge folks to go outside the box. If you're living in TZ or Kenya or Gambia or whatever, I feel like a good 50 to 60% of your friends should be Gambian, you know what I'm saying, or be Tanzanian. You just came from wherever else you came from. You have a whole family and, a whole group of people here, or, wherever it is that you came from, that you can connect to and eventually, convince to come over. But I really, seeking to kind of eliminate that us and them mentality, I think is a really important aspect, and finding ways to make us, globally. And and I will highlight a little bit more. I have about 18 minutes, but I want to highlight a little bit more too, and just kind of that idea of investment, and why it's important to move with this kind of idea of restoration and regeneration, even for those that are focused solely in business, and money. Let's say, you're like, look, you see dollar signs, or kwacha signs, or shilling signs, rand signs or whatever, and that's your focus. I'm definitely not hating on that, if that's your focus. But if that, even let's say that is your focus, that's even more so of a reason to make sure that all is well, to make sure that what you're investing in, the land, the people, the community is well, You know, if you see, if someone's talking to you about, let's talk about like investing in a home, right? You know, unless you're a house flipper, you know, maybe you're a house flipper and you buy old houses, you know, for 50, 60, 80,000, and you put the bare minimum into them, flip them and sell them. You know, you really don't care, you know, too much about what's going on. As long as you can get it looking good and sell it, boom. And there are people who move like that, you know, and that's just their whole game. And that is a really crazy karmic energy to move with. But let's say instead, let's say you bought a house for maybe 80,000, and instead of putting, you know, 10, 20,000 and selling it for 200, let's say you put a good 50, 60,000, right? And so now you've invested maybe 140, you know, and over that time, the value has risen a little bit too, and you're able to sell it for 300 or 400,000, you know, and get more money out of it, right? It paid off, you know, to invest in that. But let's say you take it a step further. You bought that house for 80. You put that amount of money in it, right? And instead of focusing on selling it so fast, you kept it for a little bit more time, and you used that time to start investing in the community around you, the rest of the neighborhood. Maybe there's older folks that can't afford to put the same money into their homes, and now they're also suffering because, you know, property taxes is rising, and you help build a foundation, or you find some way to fundraise and help pour more money into the houses around you and the neighborhood around you. And pretty soon, the whole value of the whole neighborhood and community has risen, and it's been a couple years, and now that home is worth $750,000. Like, I've literally seen that in the few years that I've been in Atlanta. I've been in Atlanta since 2019. There's places that I used to live when I first moved here in West Atlanta that are now worth $750,000. And in 2019, I guarantee nobody would have paid more than $150,000 for some of those homes. But it's not just like focusing on those homes and being extractive and messing it up for everyone else, but it's making sure we all rise and we all win. And in the end, you get paid even more. You really make good on your investment, you know? So yeah, I think that's kind of that on that. I had a bunch of other notes. I kind of feel like I went over a lot of it. Getting back to more just like wellness and retreats. You know, I mentioned that I've done retreats and I do retreats. I've done some in Kenya and Tanzania, both collaborations with others, and then some spaces that have held myself, and it's been really powerful. I do believe there is uncapped potential in retreats. It's very much like what Justa said. What depending on what kind of value you add and what you're putting into it is going to heavily determine what you get out. But I don't believe it's hard to make 5,000 to 10,000 off of a 10-day to 14-day retreat, you know, depending again on what you do. I work specifically in wellness, so there's a lot of other things that someone might, you know, encounter on a retreat with me, like yoga or breath work, or we're doing some medicine work, or I'm taking you to meet some Maasai medicine workers, you know, in a remote part of Arusha where you see how they make traditional medicine, and maybe you get to even get some type of healing. Or we're going to Mount Kenya, sitting with the elders, and they're doing readings for us and stuff like that. One thing that has been paramount for me, especially in Kenya, is how open they are. You know, Kenya, especially Nairobi, is a lot more progressive than Tanzania, and a lot more open when it comes to alternative healing methods. At least recently, the conscious community there is very huge. It is what really convinced me to start spending more time there and investing more energy, more time, and starting to connect and build a stronger network there in the wellness community. And it has been definitely paid off. And if that is an industry that you're in and you're interested in, definitely reach out to me, because Nairobi is it as far as wellness in East Africa. I feel like, you know, when it comes to maybe the idea of like building a retreat center, which is something that I'm working on, and a space, you know, especially like being, you know, outside, being in the bush or up in the mountains, Tanzania is the place for that, at least for me, just because I feel a different type of connection to the land there. I feel really comfortable navigating the land there. I feel comfortable enough, you know, with my Swahili in some of those parts. When I'm not rusty. I'm a little bit rusty now because son, been back in a minute, but in Nairobi, they speak a lot more English, or their little kind of like broken Swahili that they have. It's funny because in Nairobi or Kenya, when they hear me speak Swahili, they were like, "Oh, you must have came from Tanzania," because Tanzania is pure Swahili. Tanzania is the home of Swahili language, Swahili culture, and Kenya is it's a little different. Nairobi is also dope though too, and Ashley can speak more to this because she's a lot more, she goes a lot more deeper into like business and I feel like certain aspects of politics as it relates to business. But Nairobi, has a lot of embassies and a lot of things going on as far as like how investment in management is or business is structured or managed. And though I'm not as versed in those things, I'm definitely able to feel that and see the way things are run there, the way offices are run, and just the way business is done. And so I feel like if that's your goal, Nairobi. If you want to chill and relax, go to the coast. If you want to just experience white sand beaches, some of the most beautiful views and sunsets, you've ever seen, go to Mombasa, go to Diani. A lot of people, I was talking with someone the other day, we were doing a Diani versus Zanzibar, and I was like, honey, Diani got it with that powdery white sand. And now I have not been to all the beaches and all the whole area of Zanzibar, but Diani is something else. Also a lot of non-melanated folks there, and that is something that feels really weird. And so I'd love to see more of us get in some of those spaces there along the coast of Kenya. But overall, there is untapped and limitless potential for diasporans and Black folks to invest and do business in Africa, especially in East Africa. But there's also untapped potential for the healing and restoration of that land. The restoration back into a place of just pure abundance and glory, back into a place of Black excellence. I feel like that is the goal, overall. Even us who are coming to make money, what is our goal overall? It's to leave legacies, and to restore us to a place of just, success, and there's a potential for that through authentic connection, through regenerative practices, through harm-free travel and repatriation, through recognizing the conditioning and the work that has to be done, because it has to be done. It's either going to be done now and up front and be a focus, or we're going to end up doing it later when we've already put a lot of money into a lot of things. So it's going to be done. And so, let's just make that a focus and do it now. And let's recognize that that's the only way forward, and recognize that us as Black people have to be stewards of the land. We can't be colonizers. So, yeah. Hey, sis.
Ashe, ashe. Wow. Thank you so much. You did so amazing, by the way. I have one question. There are questions in the chat that we'll get to. But I love that you said there's a reconciliation required. And, when I talk about investing, it's through the economic development lens, because those are buzzwords. People want to know about that. But investing is as much energetic and spiritual as it is financial. And to your point, the practices of get rich quick is not really, it doesn't work.
It doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Your why is so important, your connection. And we've heard that, and we'll continue to hear that throughout the summit. Because it's your connection to the people, to the land, to the culture that will sustain you. But when we talk about the wellness, the holistic wellness, and it's huge because it's so necessary. How are you experiencing the healing of the of Black and Brown people, Indigenous people of the continent, through wellness work?
Yes.
And why is that so important for us, not only commercially, but communally?
Thank you. Yeah, and I'll give you two. I'll talk about two things. I'll talk about me personally, and then I'll tell you a story about someone that I recently had a session with, which was powerful, and just medicine on the continent in general. So, me personally, Tanzania taught me to slow the heck down, to slow down. I am not a machine. I am nobody's slave. I'm not even a slave to my own business. You know what I'm saying? It taught me to slow down. It taught me to honor my body, to honor the cycles of the sun and the moon and nature, to honor the idea of rest. It taught me to slow down. Honestly, when I'm there, I won't say time stop, time moves differently. And I have no option but to submit to that. And I give all the thanks for that, because had I been doing a lot of the stuff I've been doing and not been going back and forth to Africa and staying 4 months at a time I would have been in a totally different place. It has taught me to slow down. And it also has taught me that everything I need, the earth provides. Everything that I need to heal my body, everything that I need to create a schedule, like everything the earth provides in terms of timing, in terms of nourishment, in terms of medicine, in terms of space, everything the earth provides. And those are lessons that I've learned specifically from the continent. As far as wellness work, so some of the most powerful ceremonies and sessions I've held is on the continent. I'm going to talk lightly on this because it's a kind of different conversation, but if there's anyone here who's maybe worked with mushrooms, let's say, or any other medicine, even ayahuasca, but specifically mushrooms, you may have heard or have heard in some conversations about people talking about how psilocybin interacts differently with melanin. It does, for sure. But to a deeper extent, it also interacts differently with the energy of Africa, the energy of the continent. Like I've done and facilitated spaces on the continent, and it is so, like, I'm talking about the ancestors come out strong. We feel like the moon is moving, lights are flickering, like it's a total different experience. The energy is charged, the land is charged, and there is a lot of work to be done. That's another thing, that doing that type of work on that land will let you know that there's a lot of work that needs to be done on that land for the ancestors that are already on that land, that haven't had the retribution, that haven't been honored because their people have been brainwashed, by different types of religious practices and things like that. But, it's powerful on that land. And so there's one sis in particular in December 2022, one of my most favorite experiences. During her consultation, she's about 45 years old, Kenyan woman, went to school though, left and went to school outside in the UK for some time, came back, in her 20s or something, and has been in Kenya. But she was raised, in a very, very disconnected from her culture. She's a Kukuwa woman in Nairobi, Kenya, very disconnected from her culture. Didn't know her language, didn't know a lot about it. Her dad worked for the British government, and he wanted her to be very raised in a different way. She spoke great English, spoke like another language, grew up in the world of politics, but very disconnected. And there's a movement going on too. Sidebar, there's a movement happening in Nairobi that I didn't talk about, which is very similar to like the Black Power movement in the US in the 60s and 70s. People wearing their hair natural, coming back to natural styles, reconnecting to their indigenous names and languages, like disowning their British names. It's crazy. It's beautiful. And so a lot of the people I feel like that I've been working with lately with the medicine have been a part of that movement, or in that space of, I want to connect with my culture. And so one of the things she literally said out of her mouth was, I want to speak my language. That's like a goal of hers. She's, been learning Kikuyu, and she just wants to speak her language, which anyone would. And so there's a point during her session, she's already drank the medicine. I've played my drum. We've done all the stuff. And so there's a point where she's laying there and she's going through her journey. And out the blue, she sits up and starts channeling in pure Kikuyu. And not only is she starting to speak her language, I'm talking about, she sits up, she's not even looking at me. She's just looking forward, starts speaking her language and then starts translating. And it was just crazy to witness. And so she's speaking her language, and then she's speaking English and saying, like, in the beginning, there was the mother God. And she's like telling this history and the story of like Mount Kenya and the whole like origins of the Kikuyu tribe. And I have never witnessed anything like that. It's giving me chills. But, you know, she spoke her language like fluently through her mouth. And, you know, when she woke up the next day or, you know, later, and, you know, we talked about all of this, but that right there and just a lot of the things that I've seen doing medicine work on the continent have showed me how it's just like, this is the work, you know, that needs to be done, and how just much activation that it needs to be and is happening. Outside of this, I like to talk a lot about liberation through activation in terms of the work that I do with the medicine, and how, you know, that is a key to us being truly liberated, is kind of this activation and a remembrance of who we are, you know. And so this is
Beautiful. The chat is going wild.
Yeah.
So there was a question just based on your travels back and forth, spending time both, you know, on the continent and in America. How do you balance your business? How does it affect your business, your banking? What is that like for people that have a desire, right, to maybe potentially take the same route that you've taken? And what are some of the benefits and some of the pros and the cons of that lifestyle?
That's a great question. It has definitely varied. It has varied depending on where I was. So luckily, you know, thankfully, gratefully, for the last, you know, 4 years now, I've been, you know, working completely for myself. And so that right there has been huge. That has been a pro and a con because I've had to also work hard to establish a really functional operation, a functional base and operation here in Atlanta. So, you know, hiring other people, making sure that all the hands-on work that needs to be done. So in addition to the services that I do, I have like a product-based business based in Atlanta that we ship all over, though, domestically and internationally. And I provide microdose products like microdose teas and capsules and other wellness-related products, you know, with and without mushrooms and psilocybin. And so having people here on the ground that can, you know, do production, ship orders, things like that for me, and putting in the energy to train folks and create systems and structures that they can operate in really easily was a big part of it. Like, there's a lot of work that goes into the groundwork of just getting something going. And so once I got that going, okay, now I can move a lot more. But then what also helps balance financially is that the services. So the services are something that I do wherever I go. So wherever I go, I might be going to Colombia. I'm hosting a retreat there. So that is already generating income or it's sustainable in itself, you know, or I'm in Kenya or Tanzania and I'm doing sessions or doing workshops and things there with folks there. And a lot of collaboration with folks in the land, like with indigenous folks, with local people in Tanzania and Kenya. Like, my family and my network there is really strong, and I worked really hard to build that up. And so a lot of opportunities come through those channels. You know, they know me, they reach out to me, okay, when are you going to be here next? What's your schedule for the year? So we're going to plan this and this. And I kind of have to plan for like a year. And even timing has been a big thing for me, and getting the timing down. So that can be a challenge of really acknowledging that I kind of have to plan for like a year, knowing which months I'm going to be here, which months I'm going to be there. So that is a thing. But, you know, and having a strong base, you know, wherever I'm going to be at. So for up until recently, I managed, you know, I had like my apartment in Dar. I also had a space in northern Tanzania. You know, I had a collaborative space in Nairobi, and then my space in Atlanta. And so I kind of consolidated some of that to like further my focus and invest more in Nairobi, while also now starting to spread my network and develop my network in West Africa. But it takes prioritizing myself and my wellness, because I can't do any of this if I'm not okay. Utilizing a lot of tools, like digital tools, to like manage time and like calendars and like make sure my business can operate as autonomously as possible. And and just and taking care of myself. So, wherever I'm going, whatever I'm doing, there's always that, I'm going in places where it's a 12-hour time difference, 8-hour time difference, 9-hour time difference, where I'm in high, where I'm staying, staying up in the mountains, or it's high humidity. So that can be a lot in your body. And so even when I'm like here, doing what I can here to help kind of, as much as possible, mimic my desired environment, which is tropical, my natural environment, which is tropical, to mimic that, and like have a humidifier in my room, stuff like that, that like helps my body to like not react so hard to the adjustments of the different spaces. But yeah, that's it. Did that answer the question for the most part?
Yes, very thoroughly as well. Akili, I see you backstage and you have your camera on. Do you want to come up and ask Lo a question? Can you go like this? Because I can't hear you. Do you want to or no? I'm going to bring you up. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on a second. Nope, not that one.
Hi,
there we go.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi.
How are you? What an amazing opportunity this is. Can you guys hear me okay?
Asante sana, ni sana.
Oh, wait, say that one more time.
Asante sana, ni sana.
Okay, all right. I don't even know how to respond.
Thank you very much. I'm so excited.
Thank you. I'm over here trying to learn some Zulu and
Period.
Every now and then too. So thank you.
You're welcome.
I've heard so many things that you've said, and they're taking me to a beautiful place. Because when I think about the businesses that I've been starting here in the U.S., they're all metaphysically based. I feel like I consider myself a memory restoration advocate for Black folks, but I really love the readings and the spiritual side and the numerology and the astrology. So I say all that to say, in creating those types of businesses on the continent, because I feel like I have a very kind of a Eurocentric version of it, unfortunately, because there's not, you don't see as many opportunities to learn original African astrology, right? Bringing those things back, do those type of businesses make sense, to come in and look at doing, or, what's a way to be?
So I would highlight again the potential, especially if you're looking at East Africa, or if you have no specific place and you're shaping it around things like this, the potential in Nairobi, the conscious community, the spiritual community, the metaphysical, community it's growing, it's thriving and growing. It definitely is kind of a like, it's not, you may not just be able to Google and find certain spaces like that. It's a community that is still kind of like finding its way into the mainstream, but there's a lot of people who teach yoga and who do meditation and who know about crystals and who know about these things. I'm in, these different group chats and groups that is the focus there, so it's growing and developing. And some places are definitely more open than others. There still is a lot of the colonial residue, which involves a lot of, harsh and rigid views on religion, that cause people to look at some of these practices as taboo or, other things. Same like our grandparents and stuff here. You try to talk to them about some of this stuff, they'd be like, that hoodoo, voodoo, right. So there's still some of that, but there's a lot of hope. And I feel like a lot of potential in Nairobi for that. And you will find businesses already like that. In Nairobi, I do see that it has been dominant among the Indian Kenyans. So there's a whole group, this whole demographic of first generation Kenyans who, their parents or grandparents were Indian and brought over by the British colonials to like kind of run things or act as their little generals, and now they've lived there and grown there. And so you have this whole demographic of Indians though who have been born in Kenya, speak Swahili, and stuff. Like they're the ones naturally who are kind of dominating the yoga scene and the Ayurvedic scene and things like that, and even knowing more about like the crystals and some practices. But Black Kenyans are emerging, and when I'm there, I have a very specific agenda of supporting, collaborating with, seeking out, working with Black Kenyans. Every place I go, I'm looking for Black Zambians, Black Tanzanians, Black Ghanaians, specifically, open to others and recognizing that, again, Africa is everything. So there's a lot of mixing and different ethnic groups that come in and bring a little bits of their culture, their beliefs into the mix. But to answer your question in short, there is opportunity. And, I would say the biggest thing, Justa said it best. When Justa said this, I was just like, yes, because it's just like the biggest thing is to go there and visit. Go there and visit, and not just visit, spend time.
Yeah.
Like make the connections. The community that you're looking for is looking for you too. But you have to go there and put that work in, lay down the foundation and make those connections. And then it will flow.
Yeah. I believe that. I have not been to Africa in almost 30 years, to Johannesburg.
Girl, you barely look 30 years old. Okay, period.
Thank you. I will take that all day long. We went and met Nelson Mandela in 1997 and got a chance to go to his house on a very large African to African American summit. And I was impressed with South Africa then. But yeah, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Ashley, for doing this as well. This is just absolutely amazing. My heart is full in here. My heart is full in here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Akili. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. I think there was a question I started. Lo, someone wants to know if you teach others who feel like they have a calling on them. Do you teach others to do what you do?
I currently have one person who's become a bit of an apprentice and has done some work with me. And there's definitely been a lot of others seeking. So I'm in a space where that is something that I'm just now starting to consider. And so it's something I foresee in the future. But I still consider myself very much a novice. A lot of I feel like the people that I look up to and the people that I consider medicine workers, most of them are like in their 50s, 60s and up, and so this has been a lifelong path for them. And that's what I foresee for myself. There's a lot, of course, that I already have that I can give, and I'm finding ways to divulge, is that the word, to give that knowledge and to start to share that knowledge. So it's something that's emerging. I'm open to it. I'm finding ways. It's not at the top of my priority list, but it's definitely open. Make sure you find ways to connect with me outside of this. Either, shoot me an email, send me a DM on Instagram, follow on Instagram and see what comes up, or just reach out to me and establish communication and a connection. And yeah, if it feels good, we can see how to move forward if you're interested.
Wonderful. So that was someone else's question. How do they connect with you? But everyone, you will get contact information for all of the speakers at the end of the summit. You'll get social media, website. Lo said her email. So you'll get her email. You'll be able to connect with her as well as some of the other speakers. EM, I'm going to bring you to the stage. Welcome.
Hey, how are you? It's actually M, so it's all good.
Oh, M.
Yes. How are you guys doing?
Welcome, M.
Wonderful. I just wanted to take a second and thank you, Lo, for your brilliant overview of your experiences. And I'm just in awe of what you've experienced thus far. and that you've shared it with us. So that's number one. Um, I wanted to also ask you, in your travels to the continent, um, you touched on the spiritual aspect, which is so important. A lot of people don't talk about this. If you're not spiritually in line with the place that you're going to, you cannot thrive. And that is my number one reason for
Yes.
deciding to leave where I'm leaving from, because I've been held hostage. not
Yes.
by not by others, but by my own
Mhm.
accord.
Yes.
And spiritually, we have to be tapped in. We have to be
Mhm.
in tune and mindful of. And that's part of the reason why in my travels, I've been fortunate enough to do a few countries. In my travels, I know for a fact, and I'm no disrespect to anyone who chooses to go to Ghana. Been there twice, tried it twice to see if it would be a fit. And the energy of our four parents, ah, I'm not joking. I could
Yes.
not. I cannot. Um, and I thought that it would be the opposite. Going there would be it was therapeutic, it was healing, but there was so much pain.
It is.
There's
It's a lot, and
still
it's
so much
heavy.
pain.
For
And
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
no. I was just alluding to that because that's something that I had to really take into account, and I can't do business in a place where that is so prevalent, that is so present. So I'm so glad you touched on that, and I just wanted to share my own little experience on that. Um, Also had the opportunity to go to Rwanda, and again, the whole energy. And I remember the massacre that happened because when I was pregnant with my first, it was 94, and that just wrenched. It was just, I wasn't in Rwanda at the time, but just hearing about it on the news and then going there and seeing how it took place and why it happened, and obviously outside influence. Anyways, I don't want to be too long winded, but where I'm going with this is that you have to be so mindful of where this is a huge decision. And for someone to make this decision without traveling to the places, taking the time, I know there's expense and there's a cost to everything, but this is your life,
It
this
is
is your peace beyond
the life
anything
of
else.
others. Yeah, and it's the life of
You,
others. The peace of others.
exactly,
It's us.
exactly.
It's
I'm
us.
glad you touched on that because even the fact that you mentioned about, learning to slow down, that's something I didn't even realize I needed. I
Yeah.
didn't realize I needed to sleep, that I could sleep and sleep and sleep because I don't sleep at home. And I should stop calling it home. I don't sleep because there's just so much angst. And, anyways, I don't want to go on. It's not about me. But when you mentioned about Mount Kenya, girl, you just hit the nail right there because oddly enough, I'm in Nairobi right now, have been for a few months, and again, taking the time to learn.
Yes.
So Mount Kenya is so special, and there's a lot of history that's now going to come out about Mount Kenya. And again, it's just learning to be at a place where you're at peace, and
Yeah.
that's the most important. That's the foundation. The money will come. The money
Absolutely.
will come
That
once
is
you have
yes.
that peace that passes all understanding. And I don't want to get into, you know, rhetoric, rhetoric or
Um,
anything like
yeah.
that.
Thank you so much.
There is one question that came up here, and I just want to touch on it really quickly. Um, Devon, Devon, she mentioned about LGBTQ community in Kenya. Kenya is so open. Kenya is so giving. Kenya is so gracious. I've been in Diani at a little nightclub, and I've seen a trans in a unitard. Nobody bothers. I'm telling you, Kenya is such a, like, don't get me wrong, I'm not sure what happens once he left the club, but I saw him the next day and he was fine. So I'm just saying, Kenya is very forgiving, very given, very open, very, yeah. You'll be fine, sis.
Yes,
All right.
Nairobi is a lot different than the coastal areas, and even in
Mm-hmm.
the coastal areas, being in Diani is a lot different than Mombasa when it comes
True,
to
true, true,
open
true,
displays of affection or open displays of
true.
queerness. I'm blessed that I do have a really beautiful and safe community in Nairobi, and a lot of that, there's a good percentage or a good amount of folks in that community that identify as queer folks in some way, and they have a lot of love and covering in Nairobi, but you still have to be really kind of
True,
considerate
mindful.
that you're coming into a different culture where, they're still learning and growing, they're still evolving, and there are and have been, in Nairobi specifically, a lot of instances where, it has not been so welcoming to the queer community. And so, I would just say be careful, be mindful. And again, maybe in certain areas, definitely rethink open displays of affection between same sex folks, or openly presenting yourself in a way that might allude to, identifying in any certain way. Sometimes in some places, if you are coming there on vacation and you're not going to be, you're going to be mostly at nightclubs, or you're going to be, laid back and out of the way, you're cool. But if you're doing business, moving in spaces where you're in a lot of government offices, talking to people in different spaces, you might want to be a little bit careful. And just to back on some of the things you were saying, I didn't want to go too deep into spirituality during my actual talk. I wanted to keep it a little bit more a little bit more in alignment with my experience, and just honoring that people believe and practice differently. But there is a very big spiritual block and a lot of heaviness on the continent. And when you are in that realm, I work a lot in that realm. I work a lot with those who have transitioned, and I carry a lot of that energy, and so in the space, and I'm very cognizant and aware of what the ancestors are saying and what that looks like. And just even in the time since my first trip to Africa, starting to recognize that that is part of the work. You said in Ghana, our forefathers or our foreparents, that energy was very heavy. That is a thing, all over the continent, because they have not had the retribution. They do not get the honor, respect, communication, the altars and things that they need and that they deserve. They have been slain in the most monstrous ways possible, and then kind of like forgotten, or there's just a huge disconnection, because again, there have been other religions and practices that have been brought to that land that have disrupted and kind of cut the cord between indigenous practices, which would result in that respect and reverence and the paying homage and the connection to ancestral roots. And so as this generation comes and the people come who are, all about setting up an altar, doing that type of work, things will shift. I've already seen a shift myself, and I'm seeing the shift, I can say. And so, yeah, but thank you so much for all of your comments and your questions. I know we have to be mindful of time. Ashley, was there another question that we can answer?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Em.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me get to another. I don't see any other questions actually, Lo. So this has been, wow, what a beautiful day.
Yes.
What a beautiful day. What a beautiful day. Uh-oh, what's happening? Uh-oh, okay.
There we go. Okay. Ooh, I need to screenshot this. Ooh.
Yes, what a beautiful way to close. Thank you, sis, so much. So people can find you, you'll get their contact, but if you want to, can you please share how people can connect with you and find you online?
Yeah, and I also wanted to plug a couple things. So definitely Instagram. So Lo dot, well, she'll share it, but it's LO.InMotion, INMOTION, or if you type in the Pan African Priestess, Africa with a K. If you type in the Pan African Priestess, you should find me on Instagram. But once you start to put Lo.InMotion, it'll come up. So that's a great way. That's my personal one for the most part. And then from there, you can find links to my other pages. I do have some exciting things coming up on the continent. And so if you are interested, especially if you align with wellness or spirituality, like the two sisters that came up, and you're interested in experiencing Africa, East Africa, through just the lens and the energy that I've presented, you should consider the Sacred Sister Soiree. So the Sacred Sister Soiree is this beautiful space that I've created for Black, Brown, and Indigenous women to come together and to practice medicine and to reconnect to ancestral healing methods while exploring ancestral and other Indigenous lands. And so our last one was in Colombia. It was so, so powerful. The next one is going to be in Kenya. And so we're going to be announcing dates really soon. My sis is going to be collabing and co-hosting and facilitating. So you heard it first here. You actually literally heard it first. And I was really debating on if I was going to announce it yet. But the next Sacred Sister Soiree Kenya, it's going to be the one you don't want to miss. And people have been, it might already be a wait list because we're keeping it small. I'm not about big groups. So maximum 10 women. 8 to 10 preferably, but maximum 10. And I know there's already a list that are ready to jump on this. So that's in Kenya. And then organizing a trip for just Indigenous and spiritual connection for folks in general looking to visit East Africa. And that trip will be primarily northern Tanzania. So a lot of people come to Tanzania. Everybody goes to Dar in Zanzibar, but a lot of people have not been to Mwanga, Marangu, up in the mountains in there in Kilimanjaro. And that is an area that is very spiritually charged, gorgeous, 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 very abundant and untapped. It's also where I'm working on building a retreat center. And so I would love to bring a small group up there just to visit and to connect and maybe make some new acquaintances there. And so that we're looking at October or November of this year. Again, details will be coming soon. Follow me to find out more. And you have my email and everything. You can also see that on my Instagram. Send me a message if you're interested. Like, send me a message now. Yeah, if you're interested. So you can get in early and you can already be on the list of people who I'll shoot information to. But overall, I just want to thank you so much, Ash. Like, I am so freaking just like proud of you, inspired by you, like blown away about everything, with everything that you've built and everything that you're doing, holding this space and facilitating for this for us, those of us who are here and just for our community, as Black folks, as African people, is powerful. And I know this is just the beginning for, Africa investors and just you and your personal growth and your personal work that you're doing. And I want to thank all of you who did tap in, because we are the ones we are the pioneers. We're doing the work right now by just being here and seeking information and seeing what we can do. This is the beginning of something that we don't have the capacity to truly conceive. We're going to look back 10 years from now and be looking at this, or thinking about these conversations and be like, wow. So big ashe to all my people. This was so dope. Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you so much, Lo. I'll see you soon. We'll talk soon, okay?
Pieces.
All right, peace. Okay, we're back. Wow, I'm so full. I am so grateful to everyone that is here still with us. It's late here in Johannesburg. How was today? Did y'all get value from today? I saw the comments. I've been telling y'all this was it. And this is only 1/3, 30%, less than, 33% of what the weekend will look like. But thank you all so much for joining us today. All things tourism, retreats and wellness. And I think the theme of today is really reconnecting, right? So when we use the word tourism, I know even when I was talking with Lo, the word was a bit like, and I was here for it. I was here for her sharing her perspective on the responsibility that we have, because tourism is an industry, and industry has been created by capitalism, and it is not always meant for the people. And so our responsibility through this lens of tourism is to make sure that we reconnect. We reconnect with the land, we reconnect with the people, we reconnect with ourselves, most importantly. And I'm so happy that we were really able to bring that through. Because while we are here to learn about business and opportunities for investment, the first step in that journey is with us and with how we move in that experience. And there's healing for all of us to experience. But once we visit, once we get here to the continent, our minds, our bodies, our spirits are transformed. And I'm just so grateful to all of the speakers. Thank you to all of our guests today. I cannot wait to see you all tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. All of the other time zones that we're in. Thank you all for your patience, for if you got the links and they were wrong. Thank you for your patience and allowing us to rectify that for you. Hopefully we won't have as many issues tomorrow, but if we do, I ask for your grace in advance. But yeah, I hope you're all sharing on Instagram, on social media, at Africa Investors Academy. You can also at me as well. I'd love to hear your feedback on the first day. I'm already seeing it in the comments, but we'd love to see it over on Instagram. And just thank you again. So I will see you all tomorrow. Good night.